All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and waiting patiently, as always, for the intro to finish up. I see we have a $20 super chat right off the bat from New Soul 9. New Soul, thank you for that, buddy. I'll read that in just a moment. So welcome back to Press X Podcast. I got to get used to saying that again.
Thanks.
Okay, so hold on. I'm going to replay both of these because I don't think they came through.
At MBG, I still believe Gamepass is great deal if you do this loophole as the consumer by simply subscribing to $30 Ultimate and immediately cancel it after. You don't necessarily have to pay the total yearly amount of $360. Why would I want a great deal of a service that just gives me mostly mediocre games? No thanks.
Well, Michael Lynch and New Soul, thank you for the super chats. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. That's probably going to have to be the first topic we go over because it is pretty much breaking news. We are going to be talking about Ghost of Yotei today as well. Basically talking about our excitement for it launching tomorrow. But yeah, it finally happened. You know, Microsoft announced a major price increase for Game Pass, and they put out like a whole bunch of marketing for it. They put out like a new video talking about everything that's different. They have a whole blog post. So there's quite a bit that's changing. But generally speaking though, the big takeaway is the price is going up. So we're going to talk about this quite extensively. Wait till Sony does the same. Well, yeah, so obviously with this discussion, there's going to be a lot of whataboutism, which is to be expected. I am anticipating that. I've already encountered quite a bit of that on Twitter. And that's fine. And I think there is an answer to a degree. And we'll get into it. We have a lot to discuss here. What about Sony? What about Sony? Will, you're saying MEG knows the Defense Force playbook. I do. I know their playbook by now. I've studied it. But yeah, so before we get into the deeper discussion with it, I want to go over all the details.
Ghost of Yotei proves why it's harder and harder to stay physical. The game needs a day one patch to be fixed/run better. Physical they're not even complete.
True. That is true. I was waiting for it to read. I don't know what's up with this speech thing. It doesn't read like, sometimes it reads $2 donations, sometimes it doesn't. Michael Lynch says there's absolutely no sign Sony will do the same thing. Well, okay, so I kind of want to segment it a little bit, if possible.
That Kojima game must have cost Xbox a lot, ha ha ha.
That laugh, dude, that laugh was cursed. Damn right. Yeah, why did it read Ray's $2 super chat, but not Michael's? I don't. Oh, you like the pumpkin early, bud? Thank you. Yeah, Mrs. MEG just got that, and I thought it looked cool. I was like, hey, can I keep this there for the month of October? Digital dude, bro. That's not what it is, nor is that what I was going for. But you know, I'm sorry that's the first thing you had to think of when you saw my pumpkin. Oh my god, dude. I was gonna go on a little speech and say, yeah, Michael, I was thinking about that too. Guys, I don't know, chat, what do you think? Should we keep the text to speech on, or should I turn it off? Some people are saying it kind of interrupts me when I should turn it off. I should absolutely turn it off. Yeah, I'm going to turn it off. Because the more I think about it, I'm like, it might actually make people not want to super chat because they're like afraid. They don't want to like interrupt me. To whereas if they just super chat when it's turned off, um, it's not interrupting me. Like I can just, it's there and I can read it when I'm ready. So I'm going to turn that off. I've been noticing that too. Let me do that real quick. So go to alert box, YouTube. Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll keep that off for now. Maybe sometimes we'll bring it back, like on occasion. Oh, Digital Dude, I know you don't mind. I know you don't mind. Put it in Phil's voice just for today. That's cursed, man. That would throw me off so bad. It would start to feel like I'm talking to Phil Spencer. I'm like, yeah, I can't do this. But guys, listen, before we dive into this, before we dive into this, I want you to take a moment and hit the like button. Okay, we're at 49 likes, so we're already pretty much at 50 likes. Hit the like button. Let's push for 100 likes. Okay, if we get 100 likes, Michael Werner said he'll drop a 50 bomb for you. I'm just kidding. He didn't say that. But he wants you to like the stream. I know that. Okay, like the stream. And so yeah, there we go. It's Michael drops a chat saying, "Is it actually off now?" Mic check. It is. It is. And Isley says, "Gang plank pass. Xbox crew swabbing the poop deck." Isley, thank you for that super chat. That's a wonderful super chat. You get to play Yotei tonight. New Soul 9, you're saying that voice is annoying. If it's Phil Spencer or Jim Ryan, it would be acceptable, or celebrity. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. I'd have to look into that. I feel like that would be way too chaotic, though, man. That would really mess me up.
I'm seeing the replies under your Gamepass post today, and I swear these people are sick in the head. Defending MS like their life depended on it.
Okay, so to be fair, I'm going to keep the voice on for the direct donations because I actually sometimes miss those. So when I hear the voice, I know that's a direct donation. Yeah, Josh, I don't get it. I've come to the conclusion at this point, bro. I've come to the conclusion that Microsoft has like a bot farm, like an Xbot farm. No, they have like AI bots that they send out when news like this drops, and I'm telling you, there's no way like these are real people. They can't be real people. They can't be. I don't want to go on a crazy rant. I know it's early. Maybe it's too early for that. Although you guys will probably say it's never too early for that. But dude, like, I stated 3 facts today. Fact number 1, Microsoft announced a 50% price increase for Game Pass. Fact number 2, they need to increase the price because it's not sustainable for them to keep putting games day one into the service. It's not sustainable. It hasn't been this entire time, but now it's really not. This is the second price increase, by the way, so it just shows that they have to keep increasing it to keep it sustainable. Fact number 3, Microsoft wants more money. These are the 3 facts that I stated on Twitter. And dude, like Josh, I'm glad I'm not the only one that sees it though. See, I appreciate that you some of you guys come in here and let me know, like, I see it, man. Like, you're not crazy. Like, it's wild out there where people are defending. The best response I saw from somebody, I just want to say before we get into all the details and go over everything, the best response I saw from somebody was like, it's $10. I'm cool with it. I want it to be known, I appreciate that response. I genuinely do. While I don't agree with it necessarily because I don't play on Game Pass, I appreciate it because it's there's no bullshit. It's just like, cool. All right. You're cool with paying a 10 extra dollars for your subscription. You're going to continue to enjoy it. All is well for you. You're not going nuclear. You're not doing some mental gymnastics to justify it. You're just, that's it. Exactly. It is what it is. It's crazy to me, like when I see people replying where they're like, have fun. This is still a better deal than buying games at $70. Have fun buying them for $70. Like, it's like, dude, what are you talking about, man? Like, what do you, like, who said, who, who hurt you, man? Like, and I got this is the last thing I'll say, and we'll move on. I got this interesting reply from somebody where I asked them, this person basically replied to me with like a whataboutism.
You can literally buy a game and play it for 2 months, which would be the same price as subscribing to Game Pass for 2 months. No one consumes games like that.
Yeah, dude, I saw people talking about that with Call of Duty, where apparently Call of Duty is excluded with not Ultimate, but anything outside of Ultimate. And it's like, dude, why would you not just buy the game? Like, I mean, honestly, like if you drop it for a month, maybe. But I got this reply from somebody where it was an immediate whataboutism for Sony. Where it's like, what about Sony raising the price of PlayStation Plus? What about PlayStation Plus? What about Sony? And I just had to inform this person. I'm like, listen, because they asked the question like, does what you're saying apply to Sony? It's the reverse, the reverse Uno card. The answer is yes. Yes, when I make a statement that Microsoft wants more money, they want money too. Game Pass isn't sustainable. That all of that applies to Sony, but the big difference, and this is the important difference, and it obviously is something that these individuals who are replying are well aware of. The important difference here is that PlayStation nor the PlayStation fan base have been out here telling everybody that Game Pass or PlayStation Plus would be sustainable if we got day one drops. That Sony, if they were doing that like this is the way forward. This is the future. This is the best deal. This is how it should be. And everybody else who's not doing it is doing it wrong. I'm just saying, like, I don't understand why some of these individuals are pretending that that's not what we've been beaten over the head with for the last 6 years, aggressively. That is exactly what we've been beaten over the head with, not only by Microsoft and their marketing, which that's their job, but by the hardcore radical Xbox fanboys that exist in places like Twitter and on YouTube and social media and stuff. It's like, that's the difference, is these are the people that were out here trying to convince you Microsoft doesn't want your money. They want to save you money. They want to save you money. They want to give you a better deal. They want to give you the best deal. They're your friend. You can trust them. And all I and many other people were doing is saying, no, you're wrong about all of that. They're not trying to save you money. They're trying to get you in the door so they can get more money from you over time. Okay? They're no different from Sony or Nintendo in that way. They're not different. They're not better. They're just doing it in a different order, so to speak. They're only going to give you such a great deal in gaming as long as it's convenient for them to do so because they believe in a 20-year plan. But the moment it becomes clear that 20-year plan isn't going to work, the deal's gone. And you're going to have to start paying. And they're going to make that abundantly clear. And that's exactly what we're seeing. And this is all we tried to warn them of because, yes, they were leveraging it against Sony, against PlayStation. So anytime we would talk about PlayStation Plus, anytime we talk about buying games like Ghost of Yotei or in the past, like God of War Ragnarok and stuff, it's like, why isn't Sony dropping these games day one? Sony flat out came out and said, we can't sustain that. These games cost hundreds of millions of dollars to make. They're massive AAA games. That's not sustainable. And everybody pointed the finger and said, that's a lie. That's a lie. You're just greedy, blah, blah. And it's like, well, here's Microsoft basically confirming that. They now need to charge you $30 a month, $360 a year to continue to give you day one games. And if you're fine with paying for that, that's fine. I'm not here to point the finger at people who are okay with paying that. That's not what this is. This is just hopefully a leveling of the playing field. My hope, and I'm going to read the super chats I missed. Don't worry, guys. I'm just saying my hope with this stream today is by the time we're done, the playing field is leveled where it's like, yeah, Microsoft is not really much different than Sony. Sony's not much different than Microsoft or Nintendo. Like, they're all in it for the same reason. The only thing that's different is the way they're going about trying to get your money. But they all want your money. as much of it as they can possibly get. So sorry for that little rant. I didn't even go over the information yet. I apologize. Chris with a $2 chat says God of War DualSense is so lazy it hurts. One red stripe. Yeah, a lot of people feel that way. I've seen some people say that they like it. They like the simplicity of it, but yeah, I think what makes it tough is how expensive it is. It's $85 for, I think like the right trigger is red too, but it's like, yeah. I don't know. I think it looks cool, but I don't know that it looks $85 cool. Like, I don't know that I'm going to buy it. I think I'm just going to pass on it. But you know, I think it depends on who you ask. There are certainly people who are going to buy it that they're fine with it. Are you wearing my underwear? Says Microsoft knows what they're doing, unchanging everything, or maybe meant to say undoing everything, trying to test Sony and Nintendo's nerves. They only exist in gaming right now to disrupt it. That's an interesting observation. I actually think we're seeing the undoing of that. I think for the past like 5 to 7 years, that's what Microsoft was trying to do, completely disrupt Sony and the gaming industry and be as disruptive as possible. I think it didn't work for them. And I think now you're seeing them take a more tried and true, or lean more towards a more tried and true traditional pathway. And that pathway is not anything crazy or radical or wild. It's what's always been. It's that we are making something and we need to charge you money for it. And it's not going to be cheap, or not as cheap as we made it seem like it would be. We're going to need more money. And, you know, we could get into the conversation of like, well, Microsoft's a $3.8 trillion corporation. Shouldn't they be able to foot the bill? It's like, well, we're not talking in business reality at that point. If that's, you know what I mean? Like, we're getting into the conversation of capitalism and socialism and all that stuff. And I'm not trying to do that. So it's like, if we're just looking at the way things are as they stand now, Microsoft's absolutely, just like Sony's absolutely, Nintendo's absolutely not going to foot the bill. They're in this to make profit in the name of growth, sustainable growth as well. That is the common theme across all of these companies. The only company that maybe is somewhat exempt from that in this regard is maybe like Valve, because Valve is privately owned and they're making good money, but they're not like they don't have shareholders that they have to deal with. Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, they're publicly traded. They have shareholders that they're beholden to, and it does create a situation where it doesn't matter if you're worth 3.8 trillion, doesn't matter if you're worth 180 billion. You need to keep growing, and you need to find ways to do that. So I do think that EA is following suit. Yeah, I do think that I do think it would be interesting to see how like Sony would operate if they were private, but that's not going to happen. And we have New Soul 9 with the $20 super chat. And yeah, guys, before I read that super chat, if you want to help support the channel, we're completely fan funded here. I can only do these streams and run this channel the way I do because you guys support. So if you want to drop a super chat like many people have so far, consider doing so. If you want to become a channel member, you can become one, or maybe drop membership gifts. Maybe somebody who wants one will receive one. And you can always do direct donations as well. So thank you guys to everybody who supports. Continue along here. New Soul 9 says, MBG, it's not about it being sustainable because we hear that they have plans to remove most game developers and replace them with AI that will automatically reduce the cost. So at that point, this falls more under the guise of pure greed. Well, yeah. I mean, that's where the lines get blurry, because like the reality of it is Microsoft could sustain Game Pass forever as is, like prior to the price increase. Like It's kind of like what Mike Ybarra said recently, where he said that Microsoft doesn't actually have to increase the price of the consoles, but they are because it's about profitability. They want to have higher profit margins on their consoles. Now, maybe, that's a little bit, things get really messy because people talk about the tariffs, but then it's all about like, well, how do we know that these companies aren't just lying and using the tariffs as an excuse to just increase profits? It's all messed up. But what you're touching on here, New Soul, it does pretty much come down to that. It does come down to pure greed, and that greed is, again, it's driven by the shareholders. When you see a lot of these fanboys on Twitter and stuff and in comment sections in different places fighting about who's doing it's almost like a matter of like who's shittier, like who's more evil. And it's like such a lame conversation because it's like, well, yeah, I understand that people are going to have those conversations and they're going to have those clashes. But the reality, like if you're just trying to get down to the bottom line, right? Because a lot of people, that's all they care about. Just what is the bottom line is that prices are going up. The bottom line is that these companies need to find a way to continue to see arrow go upwards during times of economic, if not crisis, turmoil, right? And this is how they're going to do it. You're going to see Microsoft make fools of God knows how many Xbox fanboys, influencers who spent the last 7 years beating you, me, their mother, and everybody else over the head with it's the best deal in gaming. Microsoft is the most pro-consumer company. Meanwhile, you have people like us and millions of others out there saying, no, they're not. You're just falling for their marketing bullshit, hook, line, and sinker. And one day, probably sooner rather than later, Microsoft's going to take off the mask. They're going to show you who they really are. Oh, and it turns out they're a multi-trillion-dollar corporation that actually doesn't care at all about saving you money. And when that happens, these people are now going to have to find a way to navigate. And the way they're trying to navigate right now is that, well, what about Sony? What about Sony? And it's like, it's not about what about Sony. When it's about Sony, it's about Sony. When it's about Microsoft, it's about Microsoft. And right now, at least when it comes to this massive price increase for Game Pass, that's purely Microsoft. Like nobody's saying you have to defend Microsoft here. Nobody's saying you have to unsubscribe from Game Pass. All that really needs to be said is that the people who fell for Microsoft's bullshit once again, well, this is, I think, the worst I've ever seen it, man. They have no choice now. These are the people who are constantly arguing against Sony and against what PlayStation's doing, or even Nintendo a lot of the time as well, in bad faith. But they leverage this marketing aspect from Microsoft, and Microsoft knows this. Their emails were leaked during the ABK trial. You get emails about Phil Spencer talking about how the Xbox fan base will evangelize us. That's how they talk about them, because they know it. They invite them to their events, and they get all close to them and shit. And they form this parasocial relationship because they know that you will do our bidding. You will be the shill. But we also know that when we turn around and screw you over, you're still going to stick around because, well, we treat you good. We take care of you. And that is the reality. We've seen so much of that. And this is why I've tried to create a separation when we have these conversations, just like we do with PlayStation as well. I've tried to create a separation where it's like there are two types of Xbox players. There are actual Xbox players who are just playing on Xbox or they're subscribed to Game Pass and they're just enjoying games. And when they see this, they're like, oh, that fucking sucks, dude. Shit. Well, all right. I guess I'll shell out the extra $10 until hopefully they keep giving us the games. As long as they keep delivering the day one games, I guess I'll pay the extra $10. You have just normal players. And then you have like the cultish like groups that are just constantly, they're the ones that are out here being the most vocal, the rattling the cages the hardest, being the most disruptive. And it's all in the name of trying to, again, promote this kind of image that's just false. And all I've been trying to do is myself just kind of point that out and be like, those guys are not telling the truth. Or if they're not telling the truth, they're so deluded. It is that cognitive dissonance where it's like they're so deluded they don't even realize, like, dude, you think Microsoft, again, like the third most valuable company in the entire world, you think they're out, you actually believe them, that they want to save you money. Are you out of your mind? And then when people throw but what about Sony? The difference between Sony and Microsoft, and I've always maintained this, is that Sony will be upfront with you. They don't give a shit. Sony will look you in the face and say, we don't care. We want money. And we are going to increase prices, and we are going to increase the price of our games to $70 because we feel as though it's worth it. And people are like, okay, yeah, sure. I'm just saying, like, Sony's not feeding us this nonsense, dude. Sometimes they do with some shit, but usually they're just pretty straightforward, where they're shooting straight most of the time. And Nintendo's like that too. And I think that's what people are that's the whole thing that I've been trying to point out to people, is that you have to make a decision. You're either on board or you're not. And my problem truly has not been with the people who are off. They're like, I'm done with PlayStation. PlayStation's greedy. I don't like modern day Sony. I'm out. I've never had a problem with those people. Just like I don't have a problem with people who are like, oh, I'm cool with it. Yeah, I like what Sony's doing. I'm going to buy this and play it, and I'm having a good time. I've never had a problem with either of these people. I have the problem with the people in the middle who are trying to exist in a space that isn't real and trying to convince themselves and everybody around them that it is. You know? Hello, Leia. That's been my problem this whole time. You know? And it's nice to finally see that Microsoft is done, dude. Like, Microsoft is done trying to wear the mask. This is why you don't really see Phil Spencer doing interviews anymore. And he's not really being forward-facing in public anymore, at least that often. It's like super rare now because Microsoft is done. They're here to do business, just like Sony, just like Nintendo. And this is what I mean when I talk about the leveling of the playing field, where it's like, I hope after this we stop seeing it. And that's why with Josh's or Moonshot's direct donation, where he's saying, dude, seeing the reactions from some of these people on Twitter, it's like, what are they doing? What are they doing? And it's like, what they're doing is they're realizing that they fell for it. And they have to do anything they can to make it seem like, well, it's actually a good thing, or it's not as bad as it seems. And it's like, dude, it doesn't have to be bad, or it doesn't have to be like nuclear levels bad. But there's no need to defend either. Like, just accept, like, just admit it. Admit it, and we can move on. Admit that you fell. And I'm talking to, I'm just speaking about the people who actually fell for this. Just admit that you fell for it, and it's fine. These companies invest millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars sometimes into marketing and PR. So if you're somebody who fell for it, it's not even that you have to feel bad for it, but it's just we need to just get on the same page here. And the sooner we do that, the more rapidly we get on that same page, the less nonsense we're going to see. And the less nonsense we see, it'll allow for, frankly, not just better conversations and discussions in this space, but across the entire space of gaming. I think what people need to realize is that this is no longer a matter of Xbox is better than PlayStation, or PlayStation is better than Xbox, or Nintendo's better than both, or Steam, or whatever. It's not about that anymore. What this is now about is you're either going to be you're either in the gaming industry, playing games and spending money, or you're not. You're either in or you're out. This is the new filter. And that filter is coming quick. It's rising up quickly because of, economics, of course, like what's happening with the economy, not just in America, but across all of the world. There's a lot of economic turmoil. Also, just because there is like a major shift coming with AI and people are bracing for that. And you know, we're seeing a shift in real time of more and more people playing free to play games. We already seen the success of live service. There's so much happening and changing that it is now becoming clear, like, you're either going to pay to play or you're not. And it's like, well, what about free to play games? Again, what is a free to play game based on? Is a free to play game based on, we want you to come in, play this game for a year, and not spend a dime on it? Is that what they're? No, that's not what they're based on. They're based on psyche, exploiting your psyche. Is what I'm trying to say. That's what they're based upon. They're based on psychology, essentially, to try to get you in any way, shape, or form to even just spend a little bit of money. And then if you get comfortable spending a little bit of money, you'll spend even more money. And that's applicable across the board. And so there's going to be people, again, this is like, you see people now, they're like, yeah, I'm going to have no problem paying $30 a month for Game Pass. I have no problem with that. And you're going to see people right now be like, I'm done, dude. That's the filter. Just like when Sony eventually announces their games are going to be $80, you're going to see people saying, well, you know, it's another $10. That's fine. I really want to play this game, so I'll keep supporting it. It's 10 more bucks. And you're going to see people be like, hell no, I'm done. That's the filter. Yeah, you're seeing in real time more and more people getting priced out. And again, all you have to do is understand why. And it does kind of go back to what New Soul said. It is greed. It's because these companies are utterly terrified of stagnation, or dare I say, a decline. They are utterly terrified. And it highlights the overall volatility of the market, which highlights the overall volatility of the economy. This is not a way to necessarily justify what Microsoft's doing. It's just a matter of, the more you understand and the more informed you are, you'll make better decisions for you. And that's what people need to realize, is there are some people out there that made their decision a long time ago that they're going to go down with the Xbox ship or the PlayStation ship or the Nintendo. Like, they're going to go down with the ship as if they're the captain of it. You know, they're that loyal. It's like, okay, those people should not be listened to. Those people should not ever be taken seriously, because it's like, dude, like, you could literally be neck deep in the water, and they're like, it's fine, bro. Everything's fine, man. What are you talking about? You don't want to listen to those people, because, yeah, you're going to end up going down with them. You got to just have a more broad view, I think, of these things, because while I said earlier that, yes, my problem lies with those individuals who have spent years trying to tell me and many others that, no, you're wrong, you just hate Game Pass. It's like, no, I don't hate Game Pass, and I don't even hate Microsoft. I hate the fact that you're falling for their bullshit, and you're trying to come to me and others and say that, oh, no, this is real. This is how it is. Because I'll tell you right now, I don't do that for PlayStation. Maybe there was a point in time where I did, but I realized very quickly that, oh, okay. It turns out Sony is also a corporation, and they want more money. I'm not here to tell people that, like, hey, man, that Sony. Come on, guys. I'm not here to tell people that, you know, Sony, they're actually giving you a really good deal, bro. Like, I don't care. I'm not a salesman for Sony. Never have been. What I'm here to tell you is, bro, I like the consoles that Sony puts out, and I like the fucking games they put out. And I do not mind paying $70 for their games. That's what I'm here to tell you. I'm also here to tell you that if you don't, that's cool. If you do, we probably have something to talk about. There's probably a discussion we can have. Anyway, I knew this stream was going to start with just a complete tangent. All right, I'm a little bit behind on the super chats. Thank you guys for the super chats, by the way. Let's see. Chris says terrorists are now the good faction in Battlefield 6. Oh. I love how that's the first super chat waiting for me, dude. after my unhinged rant. Oh, man. Come on, MBG. It's Sony's fault. Are you not entertained? I am still looking forward to Battlefield 6, I have to admit. See, that's what I mean. Really quick, before I read the other super chats, Xbox is a $1 trillion company that just raised prices on Game Pass after bragging about how sustainable Game Pass is and $5 billion in profit. But that's what I'm saying. Look at Sony. Sony just bragged about how the PS5 is the most successful generation ever and the most profitable at $136 billion. And while, I mean, Sony did just recently raise the price of the PS5, don't be shocked if there's another one coming. It is, I'm telling you, the filter is here, guys. You are either in or you are out. I will say the quiet part out loud. You're either in or you're out. This is the message that's coming from all the companies and all the corporations, and they will leverage your own desire against you. They know you want to be in. They know you want to partake. They know you like it, at least some of it, and they will leverage that. But we got to see. We got to see how far can this bend until it breaks. I'll tell you what, some of the behavior that I'm seeing out here right now, it seems like it can still bend a lot further. Yeah. Like, I'll be honest, some of the reactions that I've seen, Microsoft, you should have announced a $40 a month, because these people, they'd still be out here saying it's a great deal. I'm convinced some of these people, again, the people that are going to go down with the ship, Microsoft could charge them $70 a month, the price of a full-blown AAA game, and they would still come out here and tell you, let me tell you how good of a deal it is. Those are the people that you got to be wary of, man. We're like, whoa, what are we talking about here, bro? Just like there are people who will tell you, like, Sony could charge me $120 for a game. For every game they put out, it'll be fine. It's like, I like their games too, man, but $120, what are we talking about? Let's pump the brakes a little bit here. Let's pump the brakes a little bit. It's funny that I'm telling you, man, we got to find out the price of GTA 6. New Soul 9 with another $20 super chat. New Soul, thank you for that, buddy. He says, well, to be fair, MBG, they're going to add a new Game Pass tier that will be completely free, that will be filled with ads and sponsored. And when you're done playing a game, so technically, on a technical level, it is the best deal for gaming. Yo, New Soul's out here doing those mental gymnastics, bro. I mean, right now, they did not mention a free Game Pass tier. Apparently, this is something that's going to be coming in 2026, so it is planned. I don't know. Michael, you're saying you heard corporations are rewriting their terms and conditions and becoming pretty brazen about it. Per Vertasium? I don't know if I'm saying their name correctly. I guess a YouTuber. I was going to try and read PlayStation's. Yeah, I mean, we're headed for a dystopia. Like, I don't want to be too down about it. Like, it doesn't all have to be bad, but we are headed for a dystopia. I don't want to, it's so hard to have these conversations and not drift into the bigger picture problems, but it's like what everything we're touching on is a microcosm of a bigger problem. Veritasium. Oh my god. Sorry, Luna's being really annoying. You'd pay $120 for GTA 6, fight me. Hey, I didn't say I wouldn't for GTA 6, digital dude. For GTA 6, I didn't say I wouldn't. Hold on one second. We have are you wearing my underwear with this $2 chat saying Moore's Law, quote, Sony planning to raise prices too? Not surprised. Yeah, there was talks of that, and God, it sucks so bad. I will say, if Sony raises the price again, which if that's true and they do, if Sony raises the price of the consoles again, like the only thing that's going to save them potentially is GTA 6. That's all that will save them, because I'm convinced, like, dude, the PS5 is already a success. It's at over 80 million sold, but any chance of them going like far beyond that, they just, if they raise the price again, they hit that wall. They hit it hard. And again, it's very concerning about the pricing of the PlayStation 6. The only hope is that it won't stay like this forever, hopefully, but yeah, I don't know, man. It's really, you know, gaming, especially AAA gaming, is already like a premium hobby. Seems like that's just set to kind of, you know, it seems like that's just set to kind of increase. It already is. Check discussing film now. The website, cancel Xbox Game Pass subscriptions, has overloaded. You know what listen, do you want to know what the funniest thing about this is? When we talk about how like Microsoft is you know, they're valued at 3.8 trillion. I'm not saying they're going to be okay with losing potentially millions of subs. They're not going to be okay with that, but God knows they can eat it. They could, Game Pass could literally disappear overnight, and they would be really annoyed to have to present that. Not just annoyed, but probably scared to present that to investors, but they would be fine. Like it would look really weak. Yeah, it would look bad. It would look weak. It would create an image. See, a lot of the market is image. You know, it's like, how confident are you feeling in this company? I mean, that would definitely hurt them, but they could eat it. Like, they could more than afford to just be done with Game Pass. So I'm assuming they were prepared for this. This was very calculated, and you know, I think they're expecting to lose many subs. Ray, you're saying, Def, the hike is telling Xbox it's okay to do it again. Yeah, I mean, it's like I tell people. I always try to remind people, like, there is internet outrage. There is YouTube videos made for clicks and for profit. There's Reddit, you know, there's all this stuff. There's all this stuff that's just, it's circulating online all the time. And none of it, I'm not saying none of it matters, but I'm just saying you have to look at the numbers. The numbers will tell you the truth. The numbers can't lie. And this is for people who wonder why, like, why do I cover the more business-oriented side of this stuff? This is why, because I'm exposed to egregious amounts of opinion and outrage and praise. Egregious, like, all over the place. But when I need some level of clarity to, like, know, like, what's really going on here, I look for the numbers. And that's why I'm super interested in Sony's next earnings. Because this will be the first earnings report where I'm assuming they'll have to talk about PlayStation 5 sales. At the very least, we'll get like a percentage of growth. I'm really curious to see what this price increase did for their sales, if it actually had some kind of effect. Because I'll tell you, you know, people see a price increase for the PS5 and they're like, ah, shit, this is the worst. Sony's the worst. You get all this negativity, and it's fine. I'm not saying it's not warranted, but it creates a perception. But if we see that it's like, oh, they're still selling just as many, like, if that's what we see, it's very telling.
To turn up my G Ghost of Yotei hype. For Xbox, are they gonna start buying games now or are they gonna sell out?
Damn, Perfect Image is coming in. He's coming in aggressive. They're gonna start buying it. I'll tell you what. I think Perfect Image. I've been saying it. I've been saying it. I've been saying it. I've been saying it, man. Microsoft. They're totally fine being a publisher, man. Their website's actually down. Damn. They're totally like they want to be a publisher. They are okay if Game Pass is expensive and doesn't grow, as long as they can keep it expensive. They're okay with their consoles being absurdly priced, as long as they're making good profit on every console sold. The only thing they actually care about is that it's that Perfect Image is like, are you buying our games or not? And even if you're not buying our games, are you buying the microtransactions that we offer for many of those games? That's all that matters to Microsoft at this point. The moment they acquired ABK, that's all that mattered. The moment that they realized making Starfield exclusive to Xbox and a day one Game Pass launch did jack shit for their bottom line. And the day that they put Call of Duty Black Ops 6 and hyped up as a day one Game Pass launch, and it did jack shit for Game Pass growth. These were the moments that we witnessed that told us, it told not us, it told Microsoft, yeah, guys, it turns out that you're going to have to rely on game sales. It turns out that Sony and Nintendo actually know what they're talking about. And not just Sony and Nintendo, but pretty much every video game publisher. It turns out that the thing that's been there from the very beginning and has been the root of every video game company's success since day one, that hasn't changed. And I understand that Microsoft came in aggressive, like we can be the ones to change it. And I get it. When you're a company that's that big with that much resource, maybe you can. Maybe you can. But there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee. And Michael Wernick comes in and drops 5 membership gifts for you guys. He saw that we weren't getting any members. I was like, you know what? I gotta chime in again. I gotta help out. 5 memberships demands 5 likes. Guys, hit the like button. Michael, thank you for
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let me add that to the goal. Yeah, if you guys want to support through membership gifting, we had a big day yesterday. So obviously I don't think we'll be able to match that today. But yeah, we'll still strive for the goal of 25. I have 50 up there. That's for the reps, but we'll see if we can get to 25. Let me add that to the goal. I thought I had that up already. I guess not. Thank you, Michael. You know I appreciate it, man. And Ex Cathedra, I'm sorry, I almost missed your $10 super chat. You're saying, happy belated birthday. Hope you had a good one. Well, thank you for that, Ex Cathedra. Yeah, it was my birthday yesterday. We did a little birthday stream. I did have a good birthday. I had steak, had some, not cake, but I had some cookies. So that was nice. It was a good time. Yeah, Mrs. MBG made sure I had a good birthday. And I watched, what better way to celebrate my birthday than I finally decided to watch 28 Years Later. And now I understand why they call it 28 Inches Later. So, yeah. Yeah, the ending of that movie, bro. Oh, my. Like, what in God? I don't even. That was something. I'm not going to spoil it. But if you saw 28 Years Later, dude, the ending of that movie is like. What? That was crazy. Anyway. Thank you, Devil Shooter. Appreciate that, man. $30 a month to not own a single game. What's even the point? Just buy the game. Exactly, Laz. Exactly. Hold on one sec. Perfect Image, you're saying read my last chat. Sony players have Game Pass and buy games. What's the difference? I don't know, Perfect Image. You tell me. Dom of the Dragoon says they're just going to milk it until there's no subscribers left, then go full publisher, slow bleed. Well, if you guys remember, I think this was like 2 or 3 months ago, give or take. We covered that leaker who rarely, I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure this leaker is actually just Phil Spencer. He shows up on very rare occasion. They go by like Sneaker SO or something. I think it's like a NeoGAF leaker. They've been leaking Microsoft stuff like since the Xbox One gen, and they've proven to be very reliable. The last thing that they came out and said was exactly that. They said that internally Microsoft has basically decided that they're kind of done with Game Pass, and it is going to be exactly the way you described it. Like they don't want to kill it and erode it overnight, but they don't really see a future in it. And so for the next 10 years, it's going to be like a slow winding down. And it's going to be exactly what you're kind of talking about here. And, I mean, you know, it seems like it might happen a little bit quicker. You think they've already offed it? Well, yeah, I have yet to go over the actual details, which I feel bad about. I should have just done that in the beginning before I started saying anything. Because there are some people, they are adding a couple things as well. I just think for most people, what they're adding, you know, is not enough to justify, you know, another $10 price increase to bring it up to $30. If the handheld is $1,000, how much do you think the new console is going to be? Well, let me see here. So there's actually a video they put out. We could just watch the video. I'm going to bring that up. I think that'll just be the easiest thing to do. I haven't watched this video yet, by the way. But I'm assuming they explain everything in it. It looks like it's like a new Game Pass video. It's like 5 minutes long or something, 4 minutes.
Hey everyone, Xbox Game Pass is getting an upgrade. We've listened to your feedback and now you have even more freedom to choose how you play the games you want. Here's a look at what's new and what's changing. First off, you might have noticed some changes to the plan names. Xbox Game
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. My bad, I was muted. I know, I'm sorry. I was just saying I had to bring my chat up. I'm sorry. I was muted the whole time. All right, we're good to go. We're good to go. Let's start over. We're good to go.
Hey everyone, Xbox Game Pass is getting an upgrade. We've listened to your feedback and now you have even more freedom to choose how you play the games you want. Here's a look at what's new and what's changing. First off, you might have noticed some changes to the plan names. Xbox Game Pass Core is now Xbox Game Pass Essential. Xbox Game Pass Standard is now Xbox Game Pass Premium. And Xbox Game Pass Ultimate is still Xbox Game Pass Ultimate.
So they straight up copied Sony, bro. Game Pass Essential, Game Pass Premium. Go back to muted, sounded better. Mr. B, stop messing with me. Sure.
We explored other names, but they didn't work out. Of course, a lot more is changing than just the names. We've expanded all Xbox Game Pass plans to give you more games and more ways to play and more rewards than ever. Let's look at the upgrades to the plans one by one. First up, Essential, formerly known as Core. This plan is expanding to give you more ways to play, including PC and cloud gaming. Previously, Core was primarily for console, but Essential now lets you play games on Xbox console, PC, and cloud. That means you have the freedom to stream and play on any supported device. And with cloud gaming, that includes a lot of devices. We're also expanding the game library so you get access to over 50 games. And of course, you still get online multiplayer, so you can keep playing with your squad.
So, hold on. Just to be clear, I don't think they're going to give the prices in this video, are they? I think what they're doing here is they are replacing Game Pass PC with Core, right? Or, sorry, Essential. Playable on PC, console, and cloud, $10 a month, unlimited cloud gaming, in-game benefits, including Riot Games, online console multiplayer, play and earn up to $25 a year in store with rewards. Wow, $25 a year. That's, you could buy an indie game with that. Okay, so that's $10. You get 50 plus games. Okay. I guess.
Another upgrade is that Essential now includes in-game benefits for some of the biggest games, like League of Legends, Call of Duty Warzone, and Overwatch 2. And with Essential, you can earn up to 25,000 rewards points a year just by playing the games you love. You can redeem your points for Xbox gift cards to get new games, add-ons, and more. So if you've got your eye on some DLC, you can spend points to bring home the bundle. Next up, Premium, formerly known as Standard. While Standard was built with console players in mind, Premium was built with everyone in mind. So we're giving you more ways to play with this one too, with games on Xbox console, PC, and cloud. You heard that right, PC and cloud are coming to Premium. With Premium, you get access to over 200 games. And when a new game is published by Xbox, it'll be added to the Premium library within 1 year of launch. Premium also now offers the same in-game benefits for some of the biggest games, so you can instantly unlock characters, cosmetics, and more. Looking good. With Premium, you can play and earn up to 50,000 rewards points a year. Plus, you get access to exclusive quests, and you get twice the points when you buy games and add-ons, so you'll have even more ways to earn rewards. Finally, let's take a look at Ultimate.
Oh, they're not telling you the prices. So for Premium, that's $15 a month. PC, console, cloud, 200 plus games. They say new Xbox published games within a year of launch. So for $15 a month, you can wait a year to get the Xbox games. Unlimited cloud gaming with shorter wait times. Oh, jeez. Okay. Finish it out here with the last one.
Ultimate. The best thing about Ultimate is that you can play new games on day one. That includes games like Call of Duty Black Ops 7, The Outer Worlds 2, and High on Life 2. But now, the best is getting even better. Ultimate subscribers will get access to over 75 day one games a year. We're also adding 2 new partner subscriptions. With Ultimate, you'll now have access to Ubisoft Plus Classics in addition to EA Play. And Fortnite Crew will be added in November. In total...
What is Fortnite Crew? What the hell is that? I've never heard of that Fortnite Crew. It's the marketing. Of course, they're going to act like, yeah, everything's better. Never heard of her. You think it's like $10 in premium currency or something? Oh, so it's like, oh, is that like Fortnite subscription? They have like a monthly subscription or something?
$30 a month for freedom. What a deal. Thank you, friendly Phil.
Yeah, I'm not. Thank you, Isley. Thank you. I've never heard of Fortnite Crew.
Ultimate gives you access to over 400 games playable on Xbox console, PC, and cloud. And when you stream games with cloud gaming, Ultimate gives you our best quality with the shortest wait times. To round out the package, you get the same in-game benefits you're used to. And with Ultimate, you can play and earn up to 100,000 rewards points a year. That's 4 times the points you get with Essential. So now you know what's new with Xbox Game Pass Essential, Premium, and Ultimate. All 3 plans are designed to give you more value, more rewards, and more ways to play than ever before. And however you like to play, Xbox Game Pass has a plan that's right for you, because this is how we play now. Hey, everyone.
I'm sorry. I'm fucking muted the whole time. I'm sorry. I hope you guys are reading these comments with me. I'm just sitting here muted. I'm basically just reading these comments to myself. But this one made me laugh the hardest. We listened to your feedback. She actually said that. Oh, geez. Might as well just go back to buying games. More proof that the Xbox brand is living on borrowed time. You didn't listen to the feedback. Why is the dashboard cluttered? We have dynamic backgrounds. We can't enjoy it. I miss when it was $1. That's the best. That's the best one. I'm just sitting here. Hey, I listened to Michael. He said it was better when I was muted, so I listened. All right. Michael dropped 5 membership gifts. I gotta listen to him. Yeah, I had to. You guys have to pay. Somebody's got to drop more memberships for me to unmute myself. Oh, that's so terrible. I was just sitting there reading the comments though. No audio. But dude, I think that's my favorite comment. I miss when it was $1. Oh, I told you guys, bro. Like the people who were like, I could get Game Pass for $1. Like, dude, enjoy it, because they're going to rip that away from you so hard and so fast. You ain't even gonna know what happened, because it always sounded crazy. Push Square's title is just gold. PS Plus looks better than ever after the new Xbox Game Pass price increases. Geez. I miss when it was $1. $30 a month, man, I'm good. I used to be proud to be an Xbox gamer. Now I'm embarrassed how times have changed. The prices change. I think the worst part about this video is they don't say the prices. I have to say, like, that to me is kind of fuck. Like, just tell people what they're going to be paying, man. That's like the biggest thing they care about. I understand they're trying to like market it where it's like, we're giving you more. We're giving you more. We're giving you more. It's like, okay, but how much more am I paying for things I probably didn't even ask for? The Fortnite crew thing is weird, bro. Like, you did. Basically, more stuff that people don't use, trying to justify a price increase. Yeah. Well, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised, man. Well, Sony's probably next. Sony's probably next, bro. All right, let me... Yeah, so the price for Game Pass Ultimate now is, they say unbeatable benefits, $30 a month. They say 75 plus day one games a year. I mean, that's pretty good. 75 is a lot. But I don't know, man. Like, the reason why Game Pass will never be appealing to me is the same reason that PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium are not appealing to me. It's like, dude, I like to buy physical games. You know? Don't do it, Sony. You know they're gonna. Dude, you know Sony's next. But I'll tell you what, man. I will keep paying full price for games as long as they're fit. Like, I would, if there's a future where it's like you can either subscribe to access this game or
$1 per frame
only
pass.
get it digitally. $1 per frame pass. Isley and Miku fan are going back and forth here. That's funny. That's funny. Hopefully this creates a surge in physical games. People have to wake up, man. I don't know what it's going to take. I mean, listen, we are at that point where, like, if people don't realize, like, this is where you should start to wake up and see that this is why you want to get physical video games, because these companies, dude, if they had it their way, and this goes for Sony too, this, you know, it goes for all of them. They had it their way, like, you would literally, you'd pay $1 per minute to play their fucking games, dude. And then when you're done, that's it. Here's what my source said about the PS6. Sony are looking for ways to morph PlayStation 6 and VR support in one go, and then develop VR games to a full fan base, giving VR fighting chance. That would be crazy. I don't believe that, Laman. I don't know if I believe that. I think so. That would mean Sony still believes in VR. I don't know. According to Power Picks, Ghost of Yotei's platinum difficulties at 3 out of 10. Damn. That's actually, like, underwhelmingly low, bro. Like, 3 out of 10. Yeah, you have to pay for bullets. Laman, you're saying it's just a rumor I've been told. Well, we'll see. I'm definitely not convinced that Sony wants to keep supporting VR. Let's go see what people on Twitter are saying about the price increases, guys. I'm sure it'll be beautiful. It's trending. Let's see. HypeX. Who is HypeX? Is HypeX a they're Fortnite content. God, man. Guys, I need to know, like, does Fortnite suck? Check the replies under Jeff Kelly's post. I don't know. I know Fortnite's so big and so many people play it. Like, does it suck? Fortnite is amazing. For a free game, no. Yeah, I never really played it. I think I played like 1 or 2 games ever. So I don't know that I could say whether or not it's good. Yeah, I'm like you, Mr. B. I play like 2 or 3 rounds. Your kids like Roblox? Well, oh my god, I don't want to talk about Roblox, dude. If Roblox is the future of gaming, I am fucking out, dude. I am out. I'm out, and I'm never coming back. I'm gonna convert into a cat workout channel. Like, well, not where like I have my cats working out, but like I'll be working out and my cats will be in the vicinity. You know, Fortnite's gameplay is actually pretty good. It's better than Roblox, though, right? Fortnite's better than Roblox. Retro gaming channel, maybe. I might, dude. To be honest, I would probably still be too bitter. I couldn't do it. I'd be too bitter. Cat night. Well, let's see. You said check Jeff Keighley's post. Well, actually, the official Xbox Game Pass Twitter posted it. Let's see what people are saying there. The first comment I see, it's not the most upvoted, but the first comment I see, 75 day one games a year alone makes it worth it. Even if you sell all those games at $20 a piece, that's $1,500 in value, LMFAO. So assume at least 20 or so of those are $60+, and that's absolutely insane value, even at $30 a month. That's only $360. Bro, do you guys see what I'm saying? Do you guys see how I'm fairly certain that's not a real person. I'm fairly certain that that's a bot that was like activated to go. Yeah, paid by Microsoft. Because I understand they're doing the math here, but it's like there's one fatal flaw. This is a major fatal flaw in what this person is saying. So it's like 75 games a year. Even if those games were $20 each, it would still be $1,500. The question you should be asking is, what if you only like 7 or 5 or 4 of those games? Like, what? How do you know you're going to like all 75 games? How do you know there's not going to be a month or multiple months where you get games that are like, I'm not even remotely interested in this? I'm just saying, man, like that's... I mean, if you're trying to go just simply with the math and the value of it, it's like, okay, I guess, but I don't know, man. If you're somebody who is consistently subscribed and you are that person who's consistently just randomly playing new games, maybe it makes sense at that point. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It's hard for me to understand fully because I've never approached gaming like that. I've never approached gaming with the subscription mindset where I boot up my console and I just see a wall of games and it's like, play whatever you want. I don't know. I've never approached gaming like that. The closest I got was I went to go check the PlayStation Plus extra catalog, and I'm scrolling and I'm just like, I just have this feeling where I'm like, okay, I scrolled through, I think like 50 games and saw maybe like a handful that I want. I would just buy them. It's just how I am wired. It's like, I will buy them and I will buy them physically. And that's what I will do. And I will play them thoroughly. But the reply, I'll tell you what though, this person has 78 replies. The top comment underneath the official Xbox Game Pass Twitter is somebody saying, nobody asked for you to double the price of Game Pass Ultimate. $30 per month is not a good deal, even with the games that are included. All I wanted was day one games. I don't even play Fortnite and don't care about Ubisoft classics. You should have made a plan that included day one games without those extra subscriptions for people who don't care about them to create fake value so you could double your price. Really disappointed in Xbox. I've been a Game Pass Ultimate subscriber since day one and probably canceling my subscription. That's the most... Oh, wait, hold on. No. This is the most upvoted reply. Somebody, KLG Controversial, post a picture of the video that we just watched, and it says excludes Call of Duty titles. This person says, so in other words, we are lowering the value of each tier, but raising the prices. Also, the fact that you have to purchase Game Pass Ultimate to play Call of Duty is a joke. We've listened to your feedback, LMFAO. Damn, dude. Here's another one with almost 1,000 upvotes. Xbox Game Pass is getting an upgrade. We've listened to your feedback, and now we give you even more freedom. Look inside. 50% price increase. What changed? I canceled. Well, yeah, it's not looking good out here, guys. It's not looking good out here. You said check Jeff Keighley's posts. Masochist mode, that's funny, dude. Jeff Keighley's posts. So yeah, Jeff Keighley says Xbox Game Pass Ultimate is increasing its price by 50% to $30 a month from $20 as Xbox adds new benefits, including Fortnite crew access. First comment, Ultimate is still the best value. People literally complain about everything, rolling on floor laughing. This person puts that picture of leave my multi-billion-dollar company alone. Actually, you could say trillion, multi-trillion. Be rich, greedy Xbox CEO. Can't sell Xbox. Do Game Pass. Still can't sell Xbox. Increase Game Pass. Still can't sell Xbox. Reverse Uno card. Increase price of consoles. Increase price of consoles again. Still can't sell Xbox. See tariffs as a way to blame price increases. Dude, some of these replies are funny as hell, man. Reverse Uno card. Increase price of Xbox consoles. It's so funny when it's laid out like that. It is. It's like, we can't sell consoles, sir. What should we do? I got it. Increase the price. That'll get them. Let's see. Phil Spencer on a generational run. 50% increase for a Fortnite Battle Pass. Are you fucking serious? Ultimate gets Ubisoft games added, the ability to earn $100 a year in store credit, 1440p cloud gaming, and more. Sounds like a good deal to me. The $15 premium tier is also great if you don't mind waiting a bit for day one first-party titles. Yeah. I mean, all right. Well, here we are. Finally happened. Sorry, now I'm just looking around to see what else is going on. Hold on. Well, yeah, dude, I'm just looking around, and there are some people defending it. Maybe if not defending it, saying that they still think it's a good deal and a good value. And I don't know. What do you guys think? Fortnite's free to play, yeah. I feel like It's not a good deal. Hell no. Game Pass is dead. $30 is absurd. I mean, I can tell you right now, man, like, I would never, I would not pay $30 a month. Yeah, I couldn't do that. I mean, I look at it and I'm like, I literally, like, how could you just not want to buy certain games at that point? You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't want to sit around waiting every month to find out, like, so what are your day one games? You know, like, I want to look at the games that I want to play and then just buy them. You think it's a precursor for $40 to $50 a year and so on? Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably. How are they including Fortnite in their service then? I think it's like a Fortnite subscription or something where you get like currency or something like that. You'd rather be robbed 30 broccolis than pay for Game Pass. Yeah, $360 a year, bro. $360 a year. And you know what's crazy too, guys? Check this out. This comes like a day after. It says starting today, October 1st, you will no longer be able to redeem Microsoft rewards points towards Xbox Game Pass subscriptions. The news was first spotted by Wario64, who shared the statement from Microsoft announcing that you'll no longer be able to redeem Microsoft rewards points for Xbox Game Pass. That said, the only way you can get it now is you'll have to redeem. You'll have to use your reward points by redeeming an Xbox gift card. Then you can use that gift card to get Game Pass, but that gift card is going to cost 6,000 more rewards points compared to when you could just use it to buy the subscription. I see they're cutting. It's the freeloading and the free ride is over, man. I told them this was going to happen, bro. I tried to save them. You know, I tried to save them. Like, save yourself. Don't brag about the deal. Don't brag. Like, and that's why it's the people who are out here bragging about Game Pass Ultimate being a good deal now. Like, they're getting clowned on. And it's like because people see what's going on. Like, they see it now. And I'm glad. I'm glad because it's like, all right, well, again, it doesn't mean you have to go nuclear. You don't have to go nuclear. I'm not telling you to flush your Xbox down the toilet. I'm not saying cancel your subscription. People can do what they want. But it's just like, all right. Can we move on from that now? Like, we can all agree that Microsoft is not your friend. They're not pro-consumer. They're not looking to save you money. They're a fucking greedy corporation just like the rest of them. And so my hope is that, like, when you see people, because God knows we've seen it, you see the people that are over here being like, well, let me tell you what Sony, they're fucking worse because they do this and they do that. And it's like, dude, who's better? Valve is better? Okay, well, go to PC gaming then. I mean, that's about it. That's all that's left. Reddit has tons of posts about people selling their Xbox. Oh, man, dude. You know what's crazy, too, is not only is there a Game Pass increase, not only are they changing the Microsoft Rewards program, but this comes literally like a week after Costco confirms they're not selling Xbox stuff anymore. Like, dude, Xbox is cooked, man. And it sucks. It sucks because it's like the sink or swim moment came and passed and they sunk, dude. And they're a publisher. Like, I don't know. Like, I try not to be overly negative because I'm not trying to make it sound like there's a problem if you're playing on. There's not a problem if you're playing on Xbox. I just feel like I just try to put myself in that position where it's like, what if I was still on Xbox? Like, dude, I would be like, what the hell? Like, I would have lost all confidence. You know what I mean? Like, I would be like, I'd be like, how could I get excited about anything? How could I get excited about the Xbox platform? Sure, like we could be excited about Xbox publishing, and that's fine. Like if you're excited for their games, that's fine. And for a lot of people, that's all it's about. But it's like the platform, the console, the all around experience. It feels like it's eroding, man. It really does. And I think that's what we're seeing. I think that you're the fact you're seeing so many people coming out and being like, I'm canceling my Game Pass subscription or I'm done or like this is bullshit. I mean, it's bit Microsoft in the ass. Like their Microsoft's aggressive push, like $1 Game Pass will give you Game Pass. It's a rude awakening for a lot of people. It's a rude awakening for Microsoft for maybe Phil Spencer and his team, where it's like, you guys, you had like 8 years to grow this thing, and it hit a wall. We let you put Starfield day one. We'll let you put Black Ops 6 day one without raising prices, and it didn't do anything. And so it's over. It's over. It's like the path forward is clear now. And Microsoft is going to become just like everyone else now, unfortunately. No, I don't want to say everyone else, but I mean just like it seems like every gaming company is becoming more and more susceptible to succumbing to that just kind of, what do they call it, enshittification or whatever, where it's like you just got to appeal to the lowest common denominator now, and you just got to say screw it. You got to go for the whales and appeal to the lowest common denominator simultaneously. And like the people who, I'm not saying the whales don't care. Whales can absolutely care. If anything, they care the most. I'm just saying it's like a lot of that moderation that exists in between those two things. It just starts to get it's like I said, it starts to get filtered out. And I don't know, man. Kind of sucks. New Soul 9 with a $10 super chat says Game Pass never made logical sense if you only like one category of game, because it focuses on variety as a model. So you shouldn't have been subscribed in the first place, even if it was $15 or $20 a month. I mean, I agree 50% New Soul 9. Like, I do think that there are people right now who are like, oh, yeah, being subscribed to Game Pass for a variety was okay at $15, maybe even $20. But like once it hits that $30 point, it's like, okay, I like variety, but I don't care that much. Like I don't care about variety that much. I don't care how much variety's there. $30 a month is too much, you know? MBG, Microsoft wants this to be the reaction. What makes you say that? Tarnished, what's going on? Tarnished is like, OMG, what is happening? Well, no, he might be onto something. I don't know. It's all about understanding the end game. It's all about trying to understand what the end goal, what the end game is here. You agree Microsoft wants to push Xbox console players to PC? I do think that's what they're doing. Yeah. Damn, Tarnish, you're saying Game Pass is dying? I'm so ecstatic. I despise renting games via service. That's fair. Yeah, I'm not, I don't like that either. I'm not a fan of it either. Like, I've gotten used to doing that for everything else, music, movies, and TV, but games for me are the last bastion where it's like, dude, I don't take it from me with games, man. Like, I can't do it. I don't want it just to become like everything else. The end game is Microsoft wants all the money. Well, somebody said that Moore's Law is dead claims that Sony's next. Where did that come from? Did he like post that on Twitter or something? Let me see if I can find it. I just want to say I've been seeing people. I've been seeing some reactions from people where they're like, gaming is like a luxury hobby. Gaming has always been a luxury hobby. It's an expensive hobby. And I've seen some people pushing back against that, being like, that's like that mentality is the cause of these problems. I don't fully agree with this, mainly because here's the irony, right? Is in the year 2025, games are literally more accessible than they ever have been. Ever. Ever. Games as a whole. Like, anybody can play games. There's more free to play games than ever before in history. So it's like, well, then what does this mean? How can that be true, but it also be true at the same time that gaming is a luxury hobby? And this is where I'm saying gaming is turning into one of two extremes. I think you're seeing the middle get eaten up and close in. The walls are closing in, and there is no more. I use the term moderate or like moderation. Like that moderate, I guess, what we'd call the middle ground. That's, I think, going away. I think that's going away, and I think we're seeing that happening in real time to where I think I don't know what I mean. I really don't know what the solution is, but it's like it's exactly what I said, dude. I said it a little bit ago. It's like these corporations and the business model now is we appeal to two people, the whales and the lowest common denominator. And the people who are in between, which that's a lot of us, that's most people who are more thoroughly engaged, but also not like necessarily, I don't say rich, but not willing to just go crazy, right, with the spending. I think that's, I don't know. That like my observation is that seems to be the direction things are headed in, where I think corporations are going to exploit more overtly people. I say whales, but maybe a better term is enthusiasts. The people who are willing to pay more to still partake, to get that premium experience, to get that luxury experience, whatever it is, I think we are seeing companies exploit that more overtly to help keep their margins up, to help, keep them growing. But when the pushback comes and it's like, well, that's not fair. They all have answers. Well, that's okay. You don't have to spend money to partake. For example, Fortnite. Like, it's kind of ironic because Fortnite is a free-to-play game on every single device. You can play it on anything. And one of the main draws of this new Gamepass price increase, or what's supposed to be a draw, or what makes it feel better, is you get Fortnite crew with it. And it's like, I don't know, there's just something there. There's just something there where it's like, you don't have to subscribe to Game Pass, and you don't have to give a shit about Fortnite crew to play Fortnite. Fortnite is free. There is no barrier to entry other than you just need some type of device that can download it, and then you can play it. That exists alongside a $30 subscription service now. That exists alongside $70 games. But I don't know. Is it? It may. I may be. I think I'm getting too lost in the sauce here. Why the fuck did I just say that? Why did I just say that? Lost in the sauce? What? Is there a demon in this room possessing me right now? Making me say things I've never said in my life? Yo, now I'm scared. Am I drunk? I'm not drunk. I'm just drinking coffee. It's happening. Goodness gracious. But maybe I am. Maybe I am, because it's like, well, hold on, MBG. Don't forget. A game like Clair Obscure Expedition 33 launched this year, $50. A game like Silk Song, $20. A game like Mafia the Old Country, $50. The power of Christ compels you. The Chronicles of MBG Episode 1, Lost in the Sauce. That actually sounds pretty good. So much for the Netflix I can't talk. So much for the Netflix of gaming. My God, I almost had a stroke trying to say that. So much for it. Well, what is happening, man? Those games you've mentioned are extraordinary games, MBG. Prices tend to not matter in those territories. Am I okay? I'm okay. It's just a little hot in here, you know? It's just getting a little hot. I'm starting to sweat a little bit. I don't know why. Yeah, Netflix is... I'm not subscribed to Netflix anymore. Like, I just got tired of that shit. I'm like, dude, this is fucking nuts. I'm like, I am getting to that point where it's like, I'd rather start to just buy the movies I want to watch. Because I'm not trying to watch all this shit. But now, more than ever, it's like harder to do so. I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. You can still buy Blu-rays and 4K Blu-rays, but you just, like, it's not relevant anymore, really. All right. There was something I came on here to look for, and I can't remember what it was. Yeah, I forgot. I'm sorry. I went to go look something up. I got lost again. You just watched a great movie called Caught Stealing, and it's produced by Sony. New 4K movie discs are now $45 to $60. Are they really, Chris? Holy shit. Really? They're that expensive now, bro? I mean, I knew that they were, like, not cheap. They used to be like, what, 25 or 30 bucks? Yeah, I don't know if that's US dollars or not. Okay, hold on. UHDs are anywhere between 32 and 65. You're saying the prices drop fast though? Yeah, I haven't followed. I haven't bought a Blu-ray in a long time. Certainly not a 4K Blu-ray in a long time. So I haven't been paying much attention. Well, we knew this day was coming, guys. We knew that eventually Microsoft was going to announce price increases. And, you know, I do have a question. I was thinking about posting this on Twitter. Maybe I'll just read you the tweet. I haven't put it out yet. I'm hesitant to put it out because I feel like I know just like what type of responses it's gonna bring. But I'll read it to you. You guys will get a maybe an exclusive. I don't know, a YouTube exclusive because I might not post it. I said, I wonder how those who spent the last 5 years constantly beating everyone over the head with, quote, Microsoft is so pro-consumer and offers the best deal in gaming, end quote, are going to navigate all of this. They fell for the marketing hook, line, and sinker. Now they're realizing Microsoft is a $3.8 trillion soulless corporation that doesn't actually care about you saving money at all. I'm thinking, I feel like I cooked a little bit with that. It'll cause a meltdown. Yeah, I can. Sometimes I can tell when I'm like typing up something that's going to cause a meltdown. But it's more about the stress it could potentially cause me than anything. A little aggressive. It's a little aggressive. Devil Shooter's like, let them melt. Why is that so funny, bro? Let them melt. Let them suffer. How much hate do you want? That's what I'm saying. You could just tweet Game Pass, I told you so, and get the same response. I know. Ruthless aggression is the way. All right, guys. I'm going to paywall this post. Somebody drop 20 memberships and I'll post it. Post a normal tweet. So you mean to say Xbox is bad? Those of you who do follow me on Twitter, you see how bad it is, man. Oh, and Michael's like, just leave it alone, bro. Michael's afraid. Michael is where he knows. He knows. That's where the haters come from. That is true. Yeah. I feel like, but you got to admit though, there's truth to that. And I don't know, man, I'm not trying to keep the cycle going per se, but it does just kind of feel like, I mean, you know, what it really kind of feels like is, so you remember how we guys told you that PlayStation is better and Xbox sucks? You guys remember that? Just kidding. Someone drop a 20 bomb for me not to tweet it. I'll do it. I'll do it right now. I'm warning you. You can literally farm Twitter comments for videos. I love your post. It helps me block. Oh, you like my post because it helps you block the trolls, dude. I know, man. It's same with. It's the same thing with me, right? Like I blocked so many people because it's just like, what are you doing?
PlayStation Extra cost $15 a month, $135 a year with extra. PlayStation is far better than Xbox games. What Xbox doing? It's crazy. Lol. PlayStation is better.
Yo, perfect image. I'm not gonna lie. All I heard in that post was PlayStation better, PlayStation better. That's all I got out of it. That's all I heard, and I agree. I agree 100%. Is that true? Is that really how much place? No, it can't be that cheap. It's got to be more expensive than that. Hold on. PS Plus Extra yearly. Okay, so. Oh my God, I think you're right. What? It's $135? I thought it was more than that. Wow. Okay, yeah, that's kind of crazy. Well, there's a Push Square article, I think, right? Let's see. Push Square. Yeah, they put out an article that they say PlayStation Plus looks better than ever after new Xbox Game Pass price rises. How would you feel about paying $30 per month for PS Plus Premium? Well, the two subscription services aren't exact copies of one another, with Xbox Game Pass offering considerably more day one titles. That's now how much a monthly subscription to Xbox Game Pass Ultimate will cost as of today. Microsoft has confirmed that it's updating its membership. Well, we covered all that so far. Microsoft claims that these are upgraded tiers compared to what they had before. And one of the ways it's justifying its premium and ultimate offerings is through its Xbox published day one titles. You get everything Microsoft publishes on day one on the ultimate tier, but the premium offering doesn't offer that. Instead, you get access to them within 1 year of launch. Of course, entirely new PS5 and PS4 titles is not a focus for PlayStation Plus, as Sony tends to only bring a handful of new indie games to the service day one. Recent examples are Sword of the Sea and The Rogue Prince of Persia. However, there's still quite a gulf in membership prices between the two offerings. So it says if you want to subscribe to Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, it would cost you $360 a year. Comparatively, PS Plus Premium is $160 for 12 months. Well, they're saying it's $160. I just went to go check it. Is it on sale or something? It says it's $135. But that is such a massive, massive difference. The top comment on this Push Square article is, oh yeah, look at how sustainable and profitable it is, like everyone wanted to make us believe. Somebody else says Game Pass is dead. PS Plus Premium is absolutely insanely woeful. So I'm not sure you can claim superiority, but the PS Plus Extra is decent. Yeah, I didn't realize the price difference between the premium subscription for PlayStation and Game Pass Ultimate was that massive now. You bought premium at $120 or something. $120 or something until 2030, bro. Oh my God. 2030? That's nuts. Well, yeah, okay, let me look this up now. I just remember what I meant to go look up. Let me see if I can find it. I'm trying to find Moore's Law is Dead on Twitter, but for some reason I'm not. Oh, there he is. I'm trying to see if this is where he posted it. Somebody said that Moore's Law is Dead claims that Sony's next for price increases. Chat. Does anybody know where that came from? Somebody, who was it? Somebody sent a super chat saying that. Is Boss the Cat actually a cat? Indeed, he is. Yeah, I just checked his Twitter. I didn't see anything. I'm trying to figure out the way somebody said that. Well, to be fair, they just said Moore's Law. Sony planning to increase on raising prices too. So I don't. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll go check Reddit, see if anything pops up. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Apparently, Rock Band 4 is going to be delisted on October 5th. Yeah, I can't find anything. Elias, a member for 13 months, says 13 months, and I have one thing to say. For me in Canada, FU Xbox for Game Pass being $33 a month. Well, Elias, thank you for using your milestone chat wisely and effectively. It may have been said on the Broken Silicon or new podcast he had with Game Artist. Okay. If that's the case, I wonder if it was just speculation. Because I mean, yeah, it's safe to speculate that Sony could increase prices. I think people are, ready for price increases at any moment at this point. Sony would be wise to leave prices where they are. I agree. I do agree. I stated earlier that if Sony increases the price of the PS5 again, it's going to be a problem. MBG, the Xbox fanboy account that goes by the name XBG, as in Xbox BG, posted a tweet calling all Xbox gamers to cancel their Game Pass membership. XBG, that's actually me. Tyler, yeah, I'm not gonna get into that right now. We will talk about Ghost of Yotei, but I'm not gonna get into that specifically. And Dark Cloud, a member for 13 months, says, happy to be part of the winning team. Winning. We're always winning. That's all PlayStation does, is win. PlayStation's the best. They've always been the best. They'll never not be the best. Nobody can touch PlayStation. Microsoft tried to touch PlayStation, and look at what happened. Look at what happened. Nintendo wishes they could do what PlayStation does. If you want update to do to date news. They gonna clip me on that one? It won't matter. It won't matter. Like they can clip it because that's all they hear. What I just said, that's all they hear anytime I speak. I think it's okay if you want to stay subscribed to Game Pass. Did you guys just hear that? Oh my God, that dude. What is your problem, MBG? Why do you hate Game Pass so much, man? What is your problem? It's like, yeah, man. Like, I may as well just say it, like Game Pass is dookie, bro, and worst subscription ever made, ever created. Phil Spencer lied to you. Phil Spencer finessed you, bro. Y'all fell for it. Y'all looking stupid now. I may as well. Like, that's how they act like I talk. And I really don't. Maybe I used to. I guess I used to kind of lean more towards talking like that, but New Soul 9, you're saying, MBG, I find it funny this happens after your birthday. You really curse everything. In case you're wondering what my birthday wish was, New Soul, I got you, bro. Last year I said Game Pass will hit $30 in time. People thought I was crazy. Play Send in the Clowns from the Joker movie. I should make that a soundbite. That'd be a good one. The damage control is crazy right now. Yeah, well, I just think that Xbox players, a lot of them anyway, the worst thing that could happen to the diehard, like radicalized Xbox fanboy, and keyword is being radicalized. The worst thing that could happen to them is waking up one day and realizing that you have to now support Xbox under the same conditions or very similar conditions that PlayStation fans are supporting, or that PlayStation owners and fans are supporting PlayStation under, and Nintendo for that matter. That was the whole thing, dude. Like, the whole thing with Microsoft's marketing with Xbox for the past decade practically has been to be separate from PlayStation, to be separate from Nintendo, where it's like we're carving out our own thing, and our own thing is value, unbeatable deals, pro-consumerism, and it's like, I don't know, man. It always felt fake to me. And I guess it always felt that way because, I did play on Xbox. And I always felt like I was kind of being ignored as a fan, where I'm like Microsoft, I'm not asking you for better deals, bro. Like I'm asking you to get better. You know what I mean? I'm asking for better games. I'm just asking you to improve and kind of catch up to like what Sony's doing. And that's what I was asking for. And they're like, well, we can't do that. Do you want Game Pass instead? And I'm like, no, I don't want Game Pass instead. I don't want that. And they're like, well, that's what we're gonna get. How about for $1? And I'm like, no, even for $1, I don't want it, dude. Like that's not what I'm asking for. And I don't know. I just that's why I always kind of felt like it always felt like Microsoft was trying to appeal to a group of people that I felt, how do I put this? With Game Pass, I always felt like Microsoft was trying to appeal to a group of people that that would never even look at Xbox or buy an Xbox or people like a group of people that are just not going to truly care about what you're doing. And all they care about is how cheap it is. You know, it is like that race to the bottom mentality where it's like, this isn't conducive to getting better. You know? Like this is just a race to the bottom. And I guess I've always appreciated that Sony never tried to do that. You know, the closest they ever got to it was this big live service push, but Sony never really went all in with that because they understood that, like, listen, the bulk of your money is made by people who either care deeply, care moderately, or at the very least care enough to just buy your damn console. You know? And you're not you like it's the basic understanding that you're not going to win over the people who are looking to spend no money. And Sony is late to that. They're realizing, because it's like the people who don't want to spend any money are playing the free-to-play games. The best you could hope for is that person, again, buys your console to play that free-to-play game. And that does happen. But that's not where Sony's going to make their money. Well, to be fair, they are, ironically enough, they are making money through those free-to-play games, but not through those customers. They're making their money through the enthusiast customer that Ghost of Yotei is just it's the best. It's right in front of us right now, and it's the best example I can use. That Ghost of Yotei is going to sell millions of copies and make Sony and Sucker Punch a shit ton of money because it's not like crazy over budget. And there's a lot, and it is a game that is made in the vein of, we have an audience here that we've spent the last 3 decades cultivating that likes high quality single player games. So that's what we're going to release. And that's exactly what they're doing. And in return, they're going to get good sales. And I don't know, man. It all goes back to the root of the problem, guys. It all goes back to the root of the problem. And in my opinion, the root of the problem, this is what I've been talking about literally since 2018. A long time. Now, I've kind of given up on talking about it. And I've pretty much I've walked away from it mostly because it's just irrelevant now. But although today I think it does become relevant once again. And the root of the problem has not been solved. And that problem is Microsoft just never figured it out. Microsoft, Xbox, not even Microsoft, but the Xbox division, they had a certain amount of time to figure it out, because as they were floundering and as they were messing up, Sony and Nintendo were figuring it out. You know? And I just, I don't know, man. I look at, I'm not trying to, it's not a matter of Xbox has no games. It's just, when I look at what Microsoft's offering, man, I'm not trying to sound like a hater or anything, but it's just like I see people hyping up Xbox next year. It's like Halo, Gears, and Forza, and maybe Fable if it doesn't get delayed again. And I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, and these games are apparently coming to PlayStation, and I'm still just like, oh, cool. Yeah. I mean, Forza looks, I like Forza Horizon, but I'm just saying, man, like, I think the root of the problem can be traced down. Like, if we really dig all the way down, I think it just comes down to there was I think Microsoft got lucky. I'm going to be honest. Like, I think when we look back at the Xbox 360 era, I think Microsoft got lucky. I do. Like, I think there's this illusion that Microsoft was good at what they did, and it's not. And I'm not trying to take anything away from the 360. I think they did a lot of things very well, but I think it's the success of the Xbox 360 was driven mostly by Sony's failure, and the proof of that is the PS3 still ended up outselling the 360 somehow. I don't know how that's possible, but it happened. And I think that when you look at the entire history of Xbox, I think there's this kind of just unsettling realization that they never really got to the next level, dude. Like, don't get me wrong, they've done good things. I'm not I don't want this to be an extremist conversation where it's like Xbox has never been good a day in their life and they never produced anything worth a damn. They've done some good things. They have. When you think of like the first Halo, like that was them identifying we need to secure that talent, we need to make that game ours, and we need to cultivate that team, and you get the first 3 Halo games and Halo Reach. But then you see what happens, how it just erodes over time. And you look at, I mean, Playground Games is very good. I don't know, man. I just feel like they've lacked something critical. So like a true vital and critical part of, like, if you want to make it to the next level, you have to become very good at cultivating talent, managing that talent, and sustaining it and growing it and sustaining it. And I feel like the fact that the only way Xbox could live in the end is they had to buy Activision and Bethesda. That was the only way. They said it themselves. They said, if we don't do this, it's over. We're like, the brand's gonna collapse. And I feel like if that doesn't tell you everything, where it's like, while Sony was identifying that, you know what, this Naughty Dog team in 2001, we should buy them and we should grow them. You know what, the Sucker Punch team with Infamous, we should talk about acquiring them and growing them. You know how they've cultivated Santa Monica over time, Polyphony Digital. I just feel like there's something foundationally there that's so fundamental that has been, and to be honest, it's not even just that. I don't want to make it sound like a game like God of War or Uncharted is the sole reason for Sony's success, but it's that Sony identified like key aspects at key moments, I should say, over the past 3 decades, where it's like, if we execute on this just right, and I'm not trying to make it sound like they're perfect. They're not perfect, but it's just, the reality is that there were two corporations in competition, Sony, and they were fighting for the living room. Sony with the PlayStation and Microsoft with the Xbox. Microsoft, back when they created Xbox in 2000, 2001, they even said that they did it because they wanted to take on Sony. They didn't want to see Sony have a monopoly in the living room. So they made it clear, like, that's who they were going after. Nintendo wasn't really even part of the conversation. And I just think that what we are seeing with all of this what we've been seeing for the last couple years, especially since they acquired Bethesda and ABK, is it is over, dude. Like, you know, you can the state of radicalized Xbox fanboys is the saddest I've ever seen. Where like they are out here propping up games, and I get it, it's fine. It's like it has the Xbox Game Studios logo on it, but it's like, dude, like it's a front, man. Like it's like you just gotta know, right? Like, you just gotta know that, like, Microsoft doesn't know what they're fucking doing. They never have, man. Like, they never have. That's what I'm saying. Like, Xbox has never figured it out. The fucking last studio that they built from the ground up, the initiative, and they spent so much money, and they headhunted. They headhunted some of the most talented developers, and what did it produce? It produced failure. The studio shuttered and the game was fucking canceled. This is what I'm saying, where it's like, if I tried to talk about this on like Twitter or something, it would just be, well, what about Sony? What about, it's like, what about Sony, dude? Like, what about them? They produce Game of the Year winners. They produce less games overall because they didn't acquire two massive publishers, but their games, more often than not, are fucking quality that people, when they see, they're like, God damn, I gotta buy that. I want to play that. That's what Sony does. That's what they've been doing. That's what they figured out. Sony figured out, like, we can have the GTAs. We can have the Call of Duties. We can have the sports games. But we can also have God of War Ragnarok. We can also have Death Stranding 2. And hell, now we're finding out we can even have Helldivers 2. This is what Sony figured out that Microsoft simply has not. And even when we saw Hellblade 2 release, that's another example of Microsoft just doesn't know. They don't know what they're doing. Where, like, they probably thought, like, oh, dude, you know, Ninja Theory. That seems like a Sony that studio would try to acquire. And the first Hellblade was like a PlayStation exclusive for a while. They're like, you know what? This could be our studio. This could be our studio that produces like a really, really high quality cinematic game, like something that'll be going toe to toe with what Sony's got. And instead, they just turned out, you know, it's like they spent 5 years basically trying to figure out how to max out Unreal Engine 5, and they had hardly any gameplay. And it's like, I still enjoyed the game personally, but it's like, yeah, dude, this is not like this. It's just, they didn't cook in the way that they were supposed to. And I think that's obvious to anybody who played it. I think it's obvious to most people. And this is what I'm talking about, dude, where it's like the only studio that I've seen actually cook underneath Microsoft. And I'm talking about a studio that Microsoft has a history with, that they worked with for years, that they funded their games and supported them as Playground. That's the only studio, dude. Every other studio, it's like it's just been fucking collapse after collapse, man. Constant seesawing back and forth, up and down. And I'll be honest, dude, like I saw like some gameplay for, even as somebody who's like a Call of Duty fan, I saw gameplay for the new Call of Duty. I'm like, dude, it's fucking over. Dude, it's over. I'm sorry, man. Like, did you guys see what was going on at this Call of Duty Next event? And I see what's happening where like Battlefield just came in and fucking kicked Call of Duty in the face, bro. Like drop kicked them, basically. The Treyarch is panicking. They're fucking panicking. They're like flat out panicking. I'm like, I've never seen anything like this. And then I'm like, well, maybe, you know, let me see the gameplay. And I'm like, oh shit, no wonder why they're panicking. And I told you guys a couple years ago, I'm like, you watch Microsoft's going to acquire Call of Duty, And it's not going to happen overnight, but you're going to start to see it. You're going to start to feel it. Where Microsoft doesn't know what to do. Things are going to start to go, like Microsoft's going to acquire Call of Duty. You're going to see a mass exodus of talent because they're taking their paychecks, they're getting their payday and they're moving on, or they just don't want to be part of Microsoft. They're like, I'm done. And when that happens, you're not going to see it. Like Call of Duty is such a big, massive, well-oiled machine. It's not going to fall apart immediately, but you're going to start to slowly see things piece by piece start to break. And Microsoft doesn't know how to fix it. And you're starting to see it with Treyarch, where there's a developer. His name is David Vonderhaar. I don't know if you guys know who this is. He was like the head of multiplayer at Treyarch throughout the entire Black Ops series. And he was like the guy. He was the guy, right? Not too long after Microsoft acquired them, he left. He left. And I remember I'm like, oh, shit. Like, I was like, fuck. Like that, I'm a little concerned about that. And I think that you see Black Ops 6 come out, it's like, okay, it's good enough. It's another kind of rehash, but it's good enough. But then I think with Black Ops 7, you're really starting to see, like, you're really beginning to see that, like, you're really beginning to see that there are some wrinkles. There are some cogs that are starting to slow down and grind a little bit. And like, I'm not a Call of Duty hater, but it's just like, I'm looking at all these, all these responses. I'm looking at all these responses to the new Call of Duty and from Treyarch, where they're just reactive. They're just they're trying to. They're like, we'll change the skins. We canceled certain collabs that we were gonna do, and we're listening to the fan. It's like, what happened? It's been 2 years. What the fuck happened? And you know what happened? And you know what Microsoft probably wasn't anticipating? I'll tell you, the Call of Duty developers were anticipating. They were not anticipating a competitor. That's what happened. They were not anticipating that people were going to get kind of fed up with, dude, we're getting tired of, like, you guys are, like, you are just phoning it in now. Truly. And maybe people can deal with that for years. It's true. People will deal with that for years. Phone it in, same old routine. But then something new comes around. Something old, but also something new, right? Battlefield. Battlefield shows up and it says, you know what? We've been cooking, this game for a while now, and we are trying to win back our fans. We're going to fight for our fans here. And, putting the EA buyout aside, they're doing it. Like, they're doing it they're doing it to a degree where you can visibly see that Treyarch is kind of shook. And one of the reasons why Treyarch is probably shook and they're kind of nervous is because I don't think people understand, like, Microsoft paid $68 billion for Call of Duty. The expectations for these studios are laughably high. The minimum bar, the minimum threshold for what would be considered success is laughably high, and they know it. And I guess I'm just trying to say, man, that, like, Microsoft doesn't know what it truly means to be successful in the video game industry. They don't. And the reason they don't know is because even when you look back at the Xbox 360, they understood a couple of basic things. We need to go lower than our competitor. But then you see the red ring of death, where it's like, you got faulty hardware, bro. Okay, not a big deal. Sony just shit the bed with the PS3. We're fine. We'll survive it. We need Gears of War. So they saw something there. They're like, Gears of War, let's get that. Halo. Let's keep going with Halo. But then, you know, I will give Microsoft credit in this regard. They did try to do a big push with the 360 early on with JRPGs. They did try. But I think even back then, like for a lot of people, so much of what Microsoft has done has just felt forced, you know? And I'm just going on this longer, more broad conversation here. Not in a, like, I know it's like Xbox bad, but it's like, yeah, kind of, yeah, actually. And I say this as somebody who was won over by them, where I was won over by them. And trust me, they had some points where it's like, you guys are cooking here. But then the reality sets in. It's like, oh, you guys actually don't know what you're doing, do you? You got lucky. Like, that's what it is. You got fucking lucky. I will never forget. And I'm not trying to use this as like, I know it's like I'm going back 5 years now, but I will never forget this, dude, because I couldn't believe it. I'll never forget how I felt after watching the show when I was like, when I watched the Xbox Series X reveal event or the big showcase they did in 2020, and they showed Halo, and they were like, we got this. They were like, wait till they see Halo Infinite. And it's the crazy, like, that's when I knew Phil Spencer had no fucking idea what he was doing. I'm going to be honest, that's the moment it like really hit me, like, oh my God, this guy does not know. Because he saw that and said, now granted, maybe he didn't have any other choice. He's like, I don't know what else to do because I ain't got nothing else around me. So like maybe he was in a tough position where it's like, this is all we got. But that shook me to my core, bro, because I was like, Microsoft, dude, this is your marquee title for your new console. What are we doing? Like, I don't know. It really shocked me. It really did. And I have a couple of super chats. I have New Soul 9 here saying it's more that Microsoft has to deal with the fact that some talent just doesn't want to work with them. So at the end, you have to work with what you have. It takes two. That is true. That is true too. Yeah, I think that there's an argument to be made that maybe Microsoft was just a little too late, where you had Nintendo well established. Sony was, I mean, let's face it, with the PlayStation 2, they became very well established. And Microsoft was just kind of like the new kid on the block being like, we can do this too, guys. And they had such a, like, they had that energy that they're just like, we think we know how to do this. We're going to figure it out. And I think people were like more lenient on Microsoft in the beginning because, yeah, they were learning and figuring out. But I think you could start to see over time, people just kind of got tired. We're like, dude, Microsoft, it's been like 18 years, man. It's been like 17 years. Like, what's going on? What's going on? And GameCat, specifically White Tiger, says Game Pass getting L and no real value while PSVR 2 keeps PSVR 2 keeps adding value. Thief VR, Reach coming, MSFS to come. Got PS5 Pro today for first party and No Man's Sky for PSVR 2. You have to let me know how you like the PS5 Pro, man. PS5 Pro definitely needs to get some better support from from more third-party devs. Like, they need to actually do a better job with their PS5 Pro updates. But at least with first party, yeah, I think you're gonna. Apparently, Ghost of Yotei looks incredible. Halo Infinite is good. Multiplayer's fun though. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not trying to say that there isn't any redeeming quality or aspect of that game. I'm just trying to like paint. I'm trying to use that example to paint a bigger picture where it's just like, I'm going to ask a question and I'm curious what you guys think. And if you disagree, let me know why. I'm not like going to fight, or I'm not looking for like conflict or anything. I'm just genuinely looking for like a potential, if not debate, just to try to see things from a different perspective, I believe that there has been a lot of there's a specific word I'm looking for. I'll say that Game Pass specifically, I think, has been kind of overcompensating or doing the heavy lifting for Microsoft. It depends on like how you want to view it or what terminology you want to use. But what I'm trying to say here is I think when Microsoft has been doing their shows and showing their games, I think because they've like beat it into your head and everybody's head that keep in mind and they would do it all throughout the shows. Every game you're seeing is day one in Game Pass. I think it created an artificial inflation of some of these games. I really believe this. Not all of them, but I think a lot of them. Where it is like knowing this game is going to be day one on Game Pass, I am now more excited for it than I would be if I knew I had to buy it. In other words, if Game Pass wasn't there, I think people would be way more critical about many of these games. And I think that's been a thing for many years now. And that's why I'm really curious to see how things continue to play out, because now that the price of Game Pass is going up and more people are like, dude, I don't know that this is worth it anymore. I think people are going to be Microsoft's games are going to be under more scrutiny now, is what I'm trying to say, than they otherwise would have been. And you can see what Microsoft is doing. Microsoft is increasing the pressure on their dev teams, where it's like, well, now you guys you got to make sure you're making really good games because now we're asking people for more money to put it in a subservice. I think people forget that Microsoft just recently tried to increase the price of their games to $80 and decided, never mind, because nobody was pre-ordering them. Look, man, I didn't want to see it go this way. I really didn't. And I think this is why I get so frustrated with the people who hate on me and hate on my channel and hate on my viewers. And they try to use like my past against me. Like, you used to be an Xbox fanboy and then you grifted to PlayStation. Like, no. Like, dude, the things that are propping Xbox up right now are not going to be propping them up for much longer. Game Pass for a lot of people was the last thing really holding Xbox up in their eyes. Because keep in mind, when Microsoft went to go buy Bethesda, when they went to go buy ABK, they did the whole justification of why you should be excited is you're going to get these games day one in Game Pass. But that excitement hinged on the fact that Game Pass is only $10 a month. Can't beat that. And people are like, yes, add more value. This is what I tried to warn people of, where it's like, do you not realize that these are soulless? Like, Microsoft CEO is up there. Microsoft president is up there saying this shit to you. Like, do you think he has any idea what he's talking about? Do you think he actually knows what's going on? The only thing he knows is that they're going to try to find a way to recoup their cost. That's all he knows. He knows that if they don't get this purchase, the brand's cooked. Xbox is probably going to be spun off or just shuttered. So he's got to get it through, and then they got to recoup the cost. That's all he knows. But you get these people out here. It reminds me when we were going through the ABK trial. Who was that woman from Activision? It was that Asian woman, the Servi or something, Lulu. I forget her name. I think that was her name. And all these Xbox fanboys like rallied around her because she was basically being a spokesperson, like an advocate for the deal. And literally, as soon as that deal went through and she got because it's like, guys, you do realize she's going to get the biggest payday of her. Like, she'll retire after this. She'll be rich, filthy rich. Of course she's going to push this. You should not listen to a fucking word she says. Try to see things more objectively. Don't listen to that nonsense. And you got all these people that rallied behind her. And as soon as that deal went through, she's gone. She's like, thanks, guys. I'm out. And I'm like, y'all got played like the fiddles you are. And look, man, I'm just trying to like level with people here. I was trying to level with them where it's like, dude, I'm not saying you got to go ape on Xbox. I'm just saying you can't watch them do a bad job and then say, good job. You can't do that. And that's all I've seen. That's all I have seen. Not 100% of the time, but for like 90% of the time, dude. And that's why I feel so utterly disconnected from the Xbox side of things now. You know? Because even though it's like, oh my God, Indiana Jones is on PS5, it's like, dude, that game was supposed to be on PS5 to begin with. And Microsoft had nothing to do with the development of that game, other than to interfere by saying, we want it to be exclusive. Actually, never mind, we don't. There's levels to this, man. Like, there's levels to it. And people just want to disregard those levels and pretend they don't exist, but then they want to act like they're so, oh, we're gonna have a deep conversation. Like, no, we're not. I get it. Like, you're gonna go down with the ship. That's the difference between me and you, is I'm not gonna go down with Sony. I will move on from Sony if they ever. I've made it clear for years to people. It's the number one question I was asked for years. Like, what would Sony have to do to get you to leave? Because I've seen so many people leave, and it's not anything other than stop making and prioritizing the console. Stop making these awesome single-player games that brought me over here in the first place. You stop doing those things, and I'm out. I don't know where I'd go, but I'm out. You think Indiana Jones was not supposed to be on PlayStation? Well, keep in mind, I think it originally was because it was announced before Microsoft acquired Bethesda. But I don't know, man. Like, I'm just saying, like, you're going to see Starfield come to PS5, and that game, Microsoft wanted to see if they could use these games. Microsoft wanted to see if they bought publishers and tried to make these games exclusive, if that would work. And it didn't, because it's like, bro, Starfield's got to be a lot better than it is in order to help you out of the hole you're in. I don't know, dude. And I'm not saying Sony hasn't made their own mistakes. I'm just saying, like, those of you who've been here for a while, you know I have criticized the shit out of the things Sony's done wrong this gen. But this is why we're so critical of Herman Hulst, bro. What have I said to you guys? I said, we got to keep a close eye on Hulst. We really do. Because, like, this is the guy who said Concord is going to be the next Star Wars. That guy, he's on the top of my list. Go to the list, buddy. Very concerning. But I try to, it's like, hey, man, everybody is allowed a couple fuck-ups. That's just the way it goes, right? Nobody should be allowed constant fuck-ups. Unless you're like Phil Spencer, apparently, and Matt Booty. But that's the thing, dude, is like, there's a level of concern that has run so deep, and it's just gotten so, we've seen it go so far away from what it should be, what it could have been. What it could have been and probably what it should be now. It's laughable. It is fucking laughable, man. It is. It's like, here we are. We got fucking Xbox Series X, $650, and Game Pass is now $30 a fucking month, guys. Not $1. No, not $1. $30 a month. And don't worry, though, we got Call of Duty Black Ops 7. Oh, yeah, that's right. Our showcase, we're going to close it with Black Ops 7. Isn't that exciting, guys? Isn't that just so fucking exciting? We're going to close our showcase with Black Ops 7. Wow, this is what you guys cheered on. And it's like, I'm sorry, bro. Like, what the fuck? Why would anybody cheer this on? It's like cheering on when PlayStation would show off Call of Duty during the PS4 era. Like, what the fuck is exciting about that? What? I mean, seriously, I think most PlayStation fans would agree that that was the worst part of Sony's E3 conferences. It's like, oh, here we go, another fucking Call of Duty on rails section, 10 minutes. It just, I don't know. I don't know, man. The message has not been received. The message has not been received. And I guess just, it's been a while since I've talked about Microsoft like this. And the reason being is because I'm like over it, man. It may not seem like I'm over it, but it's just, with this news, it kind of, it brings it back to the forefront. But I am over it, where it's like, dude, I'm at a point where I'm trying to force myself to give a single shit about Xbox to any capacity, like genuinely, where it's like, I've been trying to embrace the notion that they're bringing their games over, but it's like, dude, right now there's Forza Horizon 6 and there's State of Decay 3. And that's, like, and I still have no fucking clue what State of Decay 3 is going to look like. Like, I'm still worried about that game. I'm sure Forza Horizon 6 will be good, but it's just like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm sad to say that, like, Xbox has just been reduced to a publisher to me, which is not a bad thing, because there are many third-party publishers I love and love their games, but there are also publishers where it's like, I barely care about anything you're doing, bro. I'm going to be honest. I barely care about anything you're doing. Or maybe there's just some publishers I don't give a fuck about. And it's just really sad. Like, I just can't believe it's like, this is what happened to Xbox? Like, how? I don't get it. But, there's just so many things happening in the industry now where I'm just like, bro, I don't understand why it's got to be this way. But I think, I don't know, man. I could not imagine myself being part of the Xbox platform again at this point in time. And I just look at what's in front of me, man. I look at what's in front of me, and when I, encounter like people who criticize Sony, I'm like, listen, man, I'm not saying your criticism isn't valid, but it's like I encountered this person the other day where I was talking about how Sony just said that the PS5 generation is their most successful console generation. And this guy left a comment basically saying, like, this is the worst generation ever. And I'm like, he's like, there's so much bullshit. I'm like, don't get me wrong, there's some bullshit, but there's a lot of good too. And he responded by being like, well, think about this, if you're okay with what you've been getting now, then that's what you're going to continue to get. And I'm like, well, actually, I'm pretty okay with most of what we've been getting, bro. Like, I thought I've made that kind of clear. You know what I mean? Tomorrow, if OD's an Xbox exclusive, I will buy an Xbox. Yeah, that I would buy an Xbox for that. Don't tell Microsoft. But, this is just kind of what I'm talking about here, man, where it's like, look, man, I think people, again, they live in the extreme too much, where it's like, if you say, I've enjoyed a lot of what PlayStation has done this gen, but there are a couple of things that they need to do, they need to do a better job at and need to improve at. And I've been giving them my criticism and my critical feedback, People take that as like, so you're just a pony that loves the shittiest PlayStation gen ever, huh? And it's like, no. Like, Yeah, it's been good. Yeah, it's been really good. But like, what do you mean? Like, why are you reducing it to that? You know? And I just, I don't know, man. I feel like Sony does oftentimes, and I know it sounds like cringe to say, but they literally do, like, they do let the games kind of speak for themselves. Where it's like, when I look at this last state of play, Saros looks fucking amazing. And Returnal was amazing. That's why Saros looks amazing. And Wolverine looks fucking next level, dude. And I'm like, those two games alone, like, that's clearly not all Sony has for 2026, but those two games alone, like, I'm Xbox, bro, I'm sorry. You do not have my attention. And somebody might say, well, those are only two games, man. Like, I don't know why they would be talking like that, but, and it's like, you're missing it. You don't get it in the same way that Xbox doesn't get it, that Microsoft doesn't get it. Like, those two games are not standing alone. Those are two PlayStation developed games. They're standing alongside GTA 6, Resident Evil 9, and God knows what the fuck else is coming next year. 007, you know, like, oh, and by the way, they're also standing alongside Microsoft games now. This is what I feel like people don't understand. Where it's like, there's these constant arguments trying to be made against PlayStation, and it's hard not to, if not get defensive, just try to refute them a little bit, where it's like, what don't you get? That if you decide you want to be part of PlayStation, in 2026, you can choose between a base PS5 or a PS5 Pro, the most premium console on the market. You can choose between either or. After that, you can go check out the entire library of games that Sony's released this gen, alongside all the third-party games. And in 2026, again, you're gonna get, if anything, if nothing else, GTA 6. But then you look at everything else that surrounds it. You will get Microsoft games that will actually probably play best on a PlayStation console, the Pro, alongside GTA 6, alongside Wolverine, and alongside whatever else Sony may have. But it's not just, see, that's the thing. It's like, it's not just the names of the games. It's not just throwing games out there for the sake of it. It's that, what will Wolverine be? Guys, what will Wolverine be? Why is there so much hype for Wolverine? Is it bullshit? Is it just bullshit? No, it's not. It's like, MBG, stop console warring. This is, you know, this transcends the console wars, dude. This is about just highlighting that Microsoft, even as a publisher, is at risk of failure, dude. Because what people still fail to understand is that, guess what? When you're a video game publisher, what do you have to succeed at? What do you have? What is the number one thing you have to be able to do as a video game publisher? What's the number one thing you have to do to be successful as a video game publisher? Because they can't be successful as a platform holder. They can't be successful at selling consoles. They can't be successful at reaching 100 million subscriptions or subscribers. The number one thing you have to do as a publisher is produce good video games that sell well. This is why I was talking about Call of Duty earlier. Because from Microsoft's perspective, they're like, well, if all else fails, we have Call of Duty. Till you take a good look at what's going on with Call of Duty, and you're like, you sure about that? Is that going to be enough for you, Microsoft? Because it looks like there might be some problems brewing over there. Telling you, man, there's a lot of people involved in this space that they have so much to say, and I know I have a lot to say too. I have more to say than 99% of people. I understand the irony of my statement, but there's a lot of people that have so much to say, and they just, I just don't think they know what they're talking about. I think that they really believe they know what they're talking about, and they're surrounded by others who are like, yeah, but they don't actually know what they're talking about. It's like one of these, again, it's a level of cognitive dissonance where it's like, at no point during everything I just said did I say you shouldn't play on Xbox, that you shouldn't subscribe to Game Pass, that you shouldn't be part of that. All I've been trying to convey, and this is just kind of harkens back to everything I've been, and I basically started going crazy during the ABK deal because I couldn't stand to see the level of bullshit being spoon-fed to people and people just eating it up, just licking it off the spoon, bro. I couldn't stand. I'm like, there ain't no way we're going to do this. And in a way, it's seemingly only gotten worse. I'm going to be honest. It's only gotten worse. MBG, do you think your way of doing things in the gaming industry is better than their way, Xbox Game Pass evangelists? Well, it's a good question because here's the disconnect, right, Tarnished? And this applies to Sony too. If I want to do things my way, like what I think is the better way, you would see Sony stock value would go down. Hopefully it wouldn't plummet, but it would go down. I could not run Microsoft. I mean, obviously I couldn't run, but I mean, if it was like, you're responsible for Microsoft, I would, it's not a thing because it's like, let's not say Microsoft, let's say Xbox. If I was in Phil Spencer's position, I would have 100% been fired. I would have, because there would have been meetings I would have been part of where they're telling me, like, this is what we're doing now. I'm like, fuck that. Are you kidding me? Like what? But that's me, and that's why I am the consumer. I am the fan, So I don't know that I can sit here with sheer confidence, the sheer confidence to come out and be like, I know exactly what will save this industry and how to run the PlayStation business or the Xbox or any gaming business for that matter. But, I will say that when I'm evaluating, like, yeah, with certainty, right? Exactly. With 100% certainty, when I'm evaluating Sony and I look around and I'm like, okay, well, who is Sony up against? Or who is in the same space, whether it be passively competitive or aggressively competitive? First thought is Microsoft and Xbox. Then there's Nintendo. And then there's maybe even Valve. Although I think it's safe to say that Valve and Sony are not in competition. At least I don't pick up on that. I don't even think they're passively in competition, to be honest. We'll see how that goes, though, because apparently Valve is making a console or something. So we'll see how that goes. But, I think of Xbox first and Microsoft, and then I think of maybe Nintendo, and then maybe Valve. And when I evaluate specifically Sony and Microsoft, I look at the way Sony's doing things. I'm like, you're not perfect. Like, there are many criticisms that people throw your way that I can agree with. But there are many I do not. And the reason I don't is because people are ignoring something that I believe is very important not to ignore, but I understand why there's trepidation. And that is, they're still doing what they should do. Like, there is a core tenet of what makes PlayStation that's still there. The fear, though, is that it's disappearing slowly, that it's slowly fading, and that by the time we get to the middle of the PlayStation 6 generation, it's going to be totally gone, or just 10 times worse than what it is now. And that's a valid fear, especially after what you just saw with all the live service cancellations. But, I guess I just kind of argue the other side of that, where I'm like, well, when I look around at everybody else, and this is just my opinion, I feel like PlayStation's doing it right, man. And that opinion is not driven by their success, by the way. That's just a fan perspective. Like, bro, yes, give me Death Stranding 2. Give me Silent Hill 2 remake. Give me Astrobot. Give me Helldivers. Give me Ghost of Yotei. Give me Wolverine. Fuck yeah. Give me Saros. And give me GTA 6. And give me Metal Gear. You know, like, that's just from a fan. And yes, I will probably buy those new speakers because those are pretty fucking cool. You know, or yeah, I will buy the new headset that you released because I like it. Or maybe I will buy the DualSense Edge. It's from a fan perspective. Like, I will buy the Pro. But the criticism, at least for the Pro, is like, but, you know, make sure the fucking devs are actually doing a good job with it. Like, come on. What's going on out here? Paid a premium price for this. Get it together. But, you know, when we talk about the business side, when I say I think Sony's doing it right, it just so happens that the numbers are there to back that up. And I didn't make it that way. I didn't make it so that when I said, Microsoft, you're not doing it right, and then their numbers go down to reflect that. I didn't make it that way. I said, from a fan perspective, you're not doing it right, you're fucking up, and you still haven't figured it out. Their numbers go down. You know? Just like I didn't make it so that when I say, Sony, I think you're doing it right, and I like what you're doing here, although I do still have my criticisms, and I'll give you that feedback. Absolutely, I'll give you that feedback. I didn't make it so that they broke a record where they're the only company making $30 billion in revenue, that they're increasing, that they're finding ways to increase their profits, you know, without going too crazy. And, you know, they're still producing Game of the Year type games. Or that, you know, their stock price is rising to like 180 billion. Like, I didn't make it that way. But I'll tell you what, like, when I, as a fan, say, I don't think it's nearly as bad as people are saying it is. Actually, I think it's quite good. I'm enjoying it. There's this kind of immediate attachment. Well, that's just because you're a shill. It's like, well, no. Actually, I would not have a problem if Sony was actually finding less success doing what they're doing now. I would highlight that and be like, well, that's concerning, because if they're finding less success doing the thing that I think they should be doing, that might mean that they're going to stop doing it. It just so happens that, again, the thing that I think they're doing well, they're doing so at a time where they're breaking records and they're doing better than they ever have. And I'm like, this can work. Like, and you know, it's not perfect, but they can tweak along the way. They can tweak, they can refine, and that's what they're doing. At least that's what they're trying to do. And not everything's going to work all the time, but I think you kind of understand what I'm trying to say here. Where it's like, it goes back to, as a fan, where like, I want to see Sony continue. Let's look at their most recent corporate report that they sent to investors or whatever. Or it's publicly available. And I felt like I had to highlight something that I found important, not because I'm a corporate shill, but because it's like, no, as a fan, this is important to me. They replaced what they said previously as their primary driver. Their primary driver in 2024, and something they made a big deal about, was multi-platform revenue. And at that time, we talked about it. We're like, well, I don't know that this means they're getting away from the console, but, you know, we don't know exactly how far it's going to be taken. And there was a lot of, not concern, but just discussion about what it could mean. And then this year, the same report, that's replaced with the PS5, and PS5 sales are like the main driver. As somebody where it's like, that's my experience. Like, you're speaking to me now. That's what I'm rooting for. Like, I love the console experience, and I think the PS5 console experience has been amazing. And it's gotten better with the Pro. You know, except for some fucking, you know, negative parts of it that we've discussed. But overall, it's very good. And I'm like, yes, Keep that. Keep doing that. I like that. Because that's speaking directly to me. And when they talk about the single player games, when they make it known that like we're still going to keep pushing for these big, exciting single player games, I'm like, yes, yes, yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. And when they come out and they're like, we're still going to try to succeed in live service, I'm like, okay, I platinum Helldivers too. I'm not opposed to it. I just don't want to see you fuck it up. I just hope you know what you're doing. I know you know what you're doing with single player. I know you know what you're doing with console and hardware and, you know, this specific ecosystem. I know you know what you're doing. I'm still worried about the live service though, because that you're not proven in. And I don't want to, you know, I want to see that work. But, you know, when I compare everything I'm saying to Xbox, there's not even a comparison, dude. Microsoft has not done a single fucking thing this generation that made me for even a moment think, I kind of wish I was on an Xbox side. And that's not a console war thing. That's just that's a competition thing. Where it's like, dude, even when they were trying to compete, they were not competing. Hence why we are where we are. They realize that. They gave up because they're like, you're not even a little bit interested? Like, no, dude. The fuck you guys doing over there? Really? Like, yeah, I'm sorry. But do you see what fucking Sony's got? Like, I ain't leaving. It's not even about leaving, but it's like, I'm not interested. And the thing about it is I'm not the only one. That's been the majority of people. What I just said right there is the majority of people. Hence why they needed ABK so bad, why they need Call of Duty. Because Call of Duty is the majority. And if they can buy the majority, then they don't need to worry about people like me or people like you or anybody else out there, whether we're going to come to their console or their ecosystem or not. They don't have to worry about it no more. And that's a complete waving of the white flag. Phil Spencer really telegraphed this, dude, in 2023 with that Redfall interview. He really let us know. He straight up was like, we lost the worst gen and, you know, we're not going to win these people back who built their digital libraries. We know we're not. Yeah, Michael, I should probably explain. So I'm probably going to have to change my title and thumbnail, but here's why. It's not an excuse, I swear, but I had this idea in my mind that I was going to talk about Ghost of Yotei today, and then tomorrow the game was going to show up like early, and I'm going to be able to play it on stream or at the very least play a little bit of it and then talk about it. That's not going to happen because my copy of Ghost of Yotei probably won't arrive till after my stream. So essentially, yeah, I'm overcooking it, bro. I'm overcooking it. So essentially, it's overdue, though. It's overdue. Essentially, what I'm trying to say here is I'm going to have to move the Ghost of Yotei talk to tomorrow. Mainly because my plan kind of fell apart. I'll be honest. It fell apart. I got the notification that it's going to arrive probably between like 3 and 5. Like, I think it said like 3 and 6 o'clock or something. So I'm sorry that I just basically went on a 3-hour rant, but it happens sometimes. You guys know how it is. But we will have Ghost of Yotei talk tomorrow. My hope is I wanted to try to have Ghost of Yotei talk and gameplay. But again, since my game might not arrive till, the latest it said, and that's if it doesn't get delayed. I hope it better not get delayed. This is the problem with trying to buy physically, by the way, and being a content creator. We might be able to do Ghost of Yotei gameplay tomorrow. Well, that's what I'm going to do tomorrow, Michael. And to be honest, like, I'm hoping tomorrow people will come in and talk to me about how it's been for them. Give me their thoughts on the game. But I'm still, yeah, I mean, I guess we could still talk about the hype and excitement for it. Yeah, I mean, we still could. Let's talk about Battlefield. Anything different? Michael, just for you, we're going to keep talking about Xbox, bro. Xbox all day, every day. No, I that's pretty much it. Well, to be fair though, like my last 20 minutes there, I think I was talking more about PlayStation. But yeah, we'll move on now. I just think I've been on it for too long. Just give me 1 second here. All right. Shit. Well, yeah, you said let's talk about Battlefield anything. All right, well, you know what? We're actually, for once, I'm actually not as deep into the stream as I thought I was. I just looked at the time. We've been streaming for I thought I was streaming for like 4 hours by this point. So we do have time, I would say, to talk about Ghost of Yotei. And I think we'll do that now. I might just have to remove Silent Hill, or maybe we'll still have time for that too. We'll see. So, it's a nice little segue though, isn't it? Because I think Ghost of Yotei represents everything I'm kind of talking about here. Not entirely, but most of what I'm talking about. Where Ghost of Yotei, I think people are trying to take swipes at it. I've been seeing that. And to be clear, I'm not talking about the actress or anything like that. I'm talking like I've seen people say it's just like a rehash of Ghost of Tsushima. And I'm fairly confident that it's not. Like, I'm fairly confident based off of everything I've read that the story of Ghost of Yotei is actually going to be very different. And it's going to create a very different feeling from the feeling you had with at least going through Ghost of Tsushima's story. But yeah, it is a sequel. So it is clearly very similar in many ways. But I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand what's up with people like criticizing sequels for dumb reasons, where it's like, oh, it kind of looks the same or too similar. It's like, well, it's a fucking like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? It's a sequel. I don't know. I've been seeing that this entire generation. Let's talk about The Last of Us 2. Oh God, Shems is choosing death. But it's like I was telling you guys leading up to Ghost of Yotei and the reviews that I've been reading. The thing that is kind of surprising me the most, truly, is the amount of praise I've been seeing for the story and the writing. And not every single reviewer, of course, but a lot of the reviews saying that the story's better than the first one, than Tsushima. And that's such a big deal for me, because my biggest concern was the story. They just set it up as like a revenge story, and I'm like, well, it could still be very good, but it seems very one note. You know what I mean? It seems like very one note. I feel like compared to what we saw with Tsushima, even with like the trailers and the building up to the release before you play it, you kind of got the sense like there's a lot going on here. You know what I mean? It's not one note, it's multi-note. And that was the different vibe I was getting with this. But interestingly enough, it seems like it almost seems like the story is more focused, and because of that, it actually benefits from it. And I'm really interested to find out for myself. I know that you can watch gameplay right now, by the way. I've been seeing that apparently people who got the game early have been allowed to upload footage. Like, I think the first 30 minutes or 40 minutes or something. I'm like, I'm not watching that. I'm just going to save it, If you guys want to come in tomorrow and talk to me about the opening without spoiling anything, that's cool too. But I'm not going to watch it, for myself. Michael, you're saying I'm looking forward to all the different weapons and those hot springs. I think Michael just outed himself as a gooner, bro. Yeah, speaking of the gameplay, I've seen a lot of footage, like a ton of footage so far of the combat and all the different weapons. And something I've actually been seeing a lot of, more than I expected, are comparison videos. People have been making a lot of comparison videos, and I have to admit, I downplayed how much more went into Yotei from all aspects, like just attention to detail, animation work, texture work, all this different stuff, even the lighting. I definitely downplayed how much went into it when watching these comparisons. And so I'm kind of glad I came across some of them because it actually elevated my excitement for it quite a bit. It really did. Yeah, hopefully not, Irfan. I don't think we'll have to worry about it. People have been pretty good with that. They've been pretty good with it. But I think one of the things I'm also most excited about when I hopefully get to play Ghost of Yotei tomorrow is the exclusive PS5 Pro mode. I was telling you guys how it seems like there have been quite a few developers, third party, who have been they've been kind of lacking. You know, they are slacking, I should say, where they're not really taking advantage of the Pro in the way that they should be, in a way that we would hope. And it's been kind of frustrating to see, but luckily with Yotei, it seems like it's quite the opposite. Yotei has a PS5 Pro exclusive mode that features ray tracing at 60 FPS, and it takes advantage of PSSR. So you're basically, what you end up seeing on screen is what looks to be to your eye, a native 4K or very close to native 4K image quality at 60 frames with the ray tracing enabled. And I'm like, God damn, dude. Like, now that's why I bought the Pro. I want to see more devs doing that with the Pro hardware, man, because I was watching that Digital Foundry video. I'm like, oh, shit. This looks way better than I thought it would. I'm not going to lie. Based off of the other footage I saw, this looks way better. I don't know what the hell happened. Like, I guess those were just like beta builds of the game or some shit. You're going bright and early to GameStop to get your copy. I should get the plates and controller tomorrow as well. Yeah, I haven't thought about doing that in a while. I guess that would be a faster way to just get the game rather than waiting all day. But I've gotten so used to just ordering my physical games from Amazon at this point. Man, if it gets delayed though, I'm going to be upset. I think that happened to me like once before. I forget with which game, but I was extremely distraught. They had the day one patch. Yeah. The day one patch, let's see. It says it's highly recommended. I think it's mandatory for the physical disc though, which is why somebody was saying earlier it's becoming harder and harder to, you know, like, I want to say be a physical collector, but some of these games are just not everything is on the disc. Well, you know, to be fair though, every reviewer who played the game played it without the day one patch. So keep that in mind. Like, you can clearly play this entire game with minimal to no issues unpatched. But the patch is highly recommended because it's going to introduce critical improvements. They're saying critical, but chief among them will be multiple improvements to environmental rendering performance. It fixes ray tracing mode to ensure lighting consistency and performance, and various performance improvements with missions, specifically with high character counts. I think that's one of the things that the patch is looking to take care of. Is Digital Foundry did highlight how anytime there's a lot of people on screen, the frame rate really starts to kind of tank. This patch seems to fix that. They fixed the foot. Wait, did they really, Mr. B? I can't tell if you're joking. You're saying they fixed the footsteps. What I wanted more in Tsushima was tails. I hope we get more of that in Yotei. Much more. Yeah, the tails were amazing, dude. They were amazing. It's in the notes. That's so funny, Mr. B. Dude, Sucker Punch was waiting for Digital Foundry's feedback. Digital Foundry was the one who pointed that out. And it's not like a deal breaker by any means, but it's just a little something that can break immersion sometimes for people. And that's so funny. That's so funny to me that they were like, we got to fix that. Put that in the patch. That's amazing. Oh wow, that's crazy. Tarnish, you're saying not to rehash the topic, but a year of Ultimate now costs more than a Series S at launch. Jesus. Holy shit, you're right. What the hell? That's wild. Is that a real cat sitting next to you by the member goal thing? No, that's Boss in image form. It looks real. It looks very, I don't know what it is about that image. It looks so crystal clear. It's a good picture. Speaking of which, guys, we're still only sitting at 5 members, bro. 5. I mean, look, I appreciate it. I do. Michael dropped those 5 member gifts. We still have time. If you want to try to at least hit the 25 goal. If we hit 25, we can feed the beast. He's actually been not annoying today, which is great. So maybe he just knew. He knew. But Joshua says 5 is abysmal. Well, I appreciate I appreciate all the support I get. But, I always try to encourage people if it seems like we're really kind of dragging, just a reminder. After today's PS5 Pro update, graphics in New World and EA FC 26 look worse to me. Anybody else seeing this? I don't play those games, so I don't know. Not sure. What's with the weird number on the dumbbell? It represent. Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't notice that. I didn't realize that it was like upside down, so you can't tell it's not. It says 25. It's like 25 pounds. It's an effigy. What happened to the music part in yesterday's stream? I had to cut them out. Yeah. They all got copyrighted. But luckily, I didn't run into the type of problems that I thought I was going to run into with my stream yesterday. That didn't happen. I just, like I said, I was able to auto cut them out. And that's the better way. And when I can do that, it ensures that the stream can maintain its integrity mostly. And I was able to achieve that. So I was glad. But I was definitely worried. I was a little bit worried about that. But what do we think, guys? Do you think Ghost of Yotei is going to end up being in the running for Game of the Year this year? I think it has a good chance. I mean, I remember that Ghost of Tsushima won the Player's Choice Award for Game of the Year in 2020. Prince is like, fix your dumbbell, bro. I remember it won the Player's Choice, but I can't remember if it was actually nominated for full-blown Game of the Year. Was it? It won that in art direction. Yeah, I could see it. I could see Ghost of Yotei based off of everything I've seen. Again, I haven't played it myself yet. I have to play it myself to really find out, but it looks like a solid contender, potentially. The question for me, and I doubt this is going to happen, dude. I highly doubt it. My Game of the Year is still Death Stranding 2. I'm not anticipating Ghost of Yotei is going to beat that. There would have to be something like a major, just like, whoa, I did not realize what I was getting myself into type moment with this game for it to beat Death Stranding 2. But I could see it being up for Game of the Year. Prince, that's funny, bro. We're like almost a year out probably from that. You're saying I fear that the Wolverine suite of accessories and additions will sell out immediately. Well, it's a valid fear. It's early. I think it's a bit early to be so fearful, but it's absolutely a valid fear. Who knows, bro? Actually, now you're making me anxious about it. Damn. Now you're getting me worried. You think Ghost of Yotei will win awards at the Game Awards? It probably will. Yeah. Hold on. It's getting so... I don't know why it's so hot in here right now. It says it's not hot outside, but I'm like baking in here, dude. What is going on? MBG, I'm seeing Hollywood media talking about the Wolverine and saying how amazing it looks. It is broken into that space, and it'll do gangbusters. Yeah, dude. I've been seeing Wolverine everywhere, and I'm so happy for it. I'm so happy to see that. I mean, it's not going to be the last game we get of the generation, obviously, but it is interesting to think that, like, what if Wolverine comes out at the end of 2026, going into 2027, that's when we're going to really start to hear about the PlayStation 6, and we're going to start hearing from Mark Cerny, and I don't know. We'll get a Wolverine director's cut. Pun intended. Pun intended. Skate. You think Skate's gonna win? I stopped playing Skate, dude. It's so soulless. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know.
Alert. Alert. Double. 2x. Bang on Yo Mama's world premieres. World premieres. On XP Pay increase tweet. Again 2 world premieres. M Rich.
Guys. Alert. 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 Double. 2x. Bang on your mama's world premiere. I like it. I love it, Rich. We're gonna need to at least hit 25 members, bro. I'm not gonna lie. We're sitting at 5. Rich, it's gonna be in the hands of the people now. Okay? If the people demand it, if the people want it, they'll make it happen. They'll make it happen. Is he preparing for a missile strike? Rich says that's so rude. Well, you listen, you at least know, Rich, that if I don't play it today, I'll play it sometime soon. Can't promise it'll be today. If we hit 25, I'll play it. We just need 20 more. We just need a cool 20 bomb. Okay. Weird alerts. Why is it? Got a Venom statue, a Spider-Man 2 collector's edition. Now you need a Wolverine statue to sit by it. Yeah, I think they'll do a Wolverine statue. It seems like it just feels right. You know? It feels right. Rich Rod is issuing a PSA for Xbox's imminent meltdown. Raven, you're saying it'll be in the running for sure, but winning that's going to be hard. If it had a 90, it would have been, there would have been a much higher chance. Kratos, I'm not trying to beg, man. It's not that. I mean, look, I mentioned it a couple times throughout my streams to remind people. It's just something you're supposed to do. But in the case of Rich Rod wanting me to play 2 songs, bro, 2 songs, I'm just saying the community's got to tell me they want that. And then I'm sure we'll play them. Well, we have other streams coming up. Let me see here. Oh. Okay, well, I guess that it... All right. That's funny. The definition of begging is ask someone earnestly or humbly for something. Okay, well, yeah, all right. If we're going based off of the literal definition, yeah. I can't say you're technically wrong. And Paul comes in, though. Paul comes in. Paul puts out a great gesture to Rich Rod saying, here's 5 more memberships. I want to hear the Rich Rod song. Paul, thank you so much for that, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I will add that to the goal here. Well, there we go. Just like that. We went from 5 to 10. Can we do it? I don't know. We'll see. I want to encourage you guys, pump you up, but I want to overdo it. I don't beg too much. Maybe I won't beg anymore. Maybe I'll just tell you, like you will. You will. Joshua, you will drop 5 memberships right now. I don't know why I picked Joshua. I don't know, dude. I saw you type in W's. I'm like, why not? Rich Rod, you will contribute 5 memberships. You will contribute 5 memberships for your own song. In order to take slight control over the stream, there has to be something to give. I mean, you should be thankful. The streams can be viewed for free. MBG, don't apologize. Well, I know. I don't want to come off as like ungrateful. I never want to come off as ungrateful. I do have to let people know like how important it is that they support. And obviously I want to encourage people to support, but I'm grateful for any of the support I get. You guys have been doing a fantastic job, and this year, I would say this year has been pretty successful overall. The one thing that's been a little bit of a struggle, as I'm sure you guys have noticed, is it's hard to keep gaining subscribers because we're such a streaming channel. Like my channel is kind of weird, to be honest. I probably am going to have to do something at some point. I think that's kind of becoming clear where it's abnormal. It's not usual or common for a channel to upload videos and stream full time on that same channel. It's not usual. And YouTube does not reward that at all. YouTube, I think, doesn't like that. The algorithm definitely doesn't like it. And people are kind of particular, the amount of new people that I've seen come to my channel and they're like, oh, this is cool, PlayStation news channel. But then they see that I stream every day and they're like, I don't want to see this guy on my feed every day. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not interested in the streams or, something along those lines. So at some point, I'm not saying I'm going to do it because I'm not like trying to telegraph anything, but it's just eventually it would probably be a good idea to make like a second channel that's just dedicated for videos and not streams. But it's tough because like this is the channel where I have the majority of my subs. So it's like, kind of a in between a rock and a hard place there. You know what I'm saying? Muhammad, you're getting your copy of Ghost tomorrow. Good shit, dude. Prince, you're getting your collector's edition. Jack, you're saying you're playing Yotei tonight. Irfan, you like the videos more. Interesting. MBG, me and many people want to see you on our feed every day. Well, I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Yeah, I'll be like that. Dark Cloud, just do it. Somebody right now. God damn it. I need it. Don't you understand? Cut the song membership goal to 15. I don't know, Rich, though. Like, if we could hit 15, who's to say we couldn't hit 25? I will do this, though. I will do this. I don't know what else. I don't have a picture of you, though, Rich Rod. I don't have a picture of you to just put up there. But we got 10. Maybe we could do more. I don't know. Q Silent Spartan coming in, You never know when that guy's going to pull up. I should change my profile picture soon to something more interesting, let's say. It's going to be a picture of me, isn't it? With a clown wig. I can already tell. Am I streaming it or playing Ghost of Yotei by myself? I would like to stream a little bit of it. I would like to. But it really, I think it depends on what time it arrives. If I get lucky and it comes sooner than anticipated, I should be able to do a gameplay stream. I'll have to figure it out tomorrow. I mean, what I could do is like if it comes late, I could play the first hour myself and then just start over again the next day. And I think people will probably I'm wondering if people would prefer I stream it the next day So that way they have a little bit of time with it first. You know? I'm not sure. So either tomorrow or the next day, we'll do probably some gameplay. Oh, God. My eye is itching. Mrs. MBG says, did anyone see the jack-o'-lantern pillow I brought into the office? LOL. Yeah, a couple of people noticed it at the beginning of the stream. They liked it. Rich Rod's yelling at Mrs. MBG to make me play songs. I said if we hit 25 members, I would. Look, Paul dropped 5. Paul, he did his part. Okay? He dropped 5. The Yotei Hot Springs mods on PC are about to go crazy. Hold on. Let's see here. Why is it so damn hot in this room, though? I don't understand. Like, it's not hot outside. It's so hot in here. Why? Okay. So on somebody quote tweeted, people are mad at this, cancel it, in regards to the Game Pass price increase. Well, I mean, yes, if you can't afford it, cancel it. But the thing to be mad at is inflation, which, yes, is less satisfying to be angry about. But if you want to stop this garbage, that's the starting point. I see that's hard to agree with. It's true, but it's hard to agree with because it's like, well, no, fuck you, Microsoft. You're worth $3.8 trillion. Like, inflation is a problem, but so is Microsoft's greed. You see what I'm saying? Like, they're two separate and true things, and that's what makes it hard. They're both true, but they're separate from one another. You know? Inflation is real, and it is a major problem. But I do think that these corporations tend to leverage inflation as a justification for their insatiable greed. But yeah. Microsoft did not become a $3 trillion company by being a charity. That's true. God knows what you got to do. God knows what you got to do to become a $3 trillion corporation. So I'm curious what you guys think about this. I came across this post from Culture Crave. Culture Crave has like 700,000 followers. And they posted, Sony says the PS5 is their most successful console generation ever. Over $136 billion in revenue so far. The top comment. This is the top comment by like a lot of votes. Okay. They say, ironically, it is the worst generation in terms of game variety, number of releases, and quality. I don't think we've gotten a true current gen game yet, from PlayStation at least. See, I'm not going to lie, man. Like, this is where I feel like I am fucking out of touch. I genuinely, look, man, I can't tell. Is that just popular opinion for the sake of popular opinion? Or is like that? I feel like that doesn't. The person did say ironically, but it's like, I think what's maybe more ironic than anything is that, like, those statements to most people are probably not true. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, if they were, how could Sony be doing so good? If this was truly the worst generation, Sony didn't put out enough games. They say that they didn't. What's weird is they say it's the worst generation in terms of quality, and that we haven't gotten a true next gen game yet. And it's like, but if that was true, why is it doing better than every other? Like, why is it doing so well? Even if it wasn't doing better than the other generations, it's still doing by itself incredibly well. How could this be true? I'm telling you, man. I think people are blinded by nostalgia, dude. You semi agree with that take. In a lot of ways, this gen just feels like an extension of the last gen. Yeah, maybe it's not just the nostalgia factor. It's the nostalgia factor coupled in with the fact that, yeah, it's not like they couldn't really do as much to separate the gens just due to, you know, the law of diminishing returns ultimately. These folks weren't around to see the PS3 gen. Yeah, I don't know. It's just so strange to me to see that that's not what that person said. That's not strange to me. The fact that that's like by far the most upvoted. Like so many people agree with that. I'm like, really? Like, I don't know. I'm looking at some of the replies and people are like, what about Astrobot? Ghost of Yotei is coming literally in 2 days or in a day. Somebody says game variety is debatable. Release, sure, if you only look at AAA stuff. Quality, absolutely not. The quality is always there. Just interesting to see these replies. Somebody says this is the GOAT for me, and they show the PS3. Well, PS2 will always be better. That's got to be nostalgia talking, bro. The PS2 was amazing. I have that nostalgia as well. MBG, I'm the mayor of Fair. This is the worst gen as far as games, but to say that they haven't released a true current gen game is asinine. You think it's been the worst gen for games? Ghost of Yotei unlocks in 8.5 hours for you. You think a lot of people are just being overly negative these days? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I guess I'm just at odds with how a lot of people feel. Kaz Jam, you're saying I actually pretty much agree with that statement. I think you would say Returnal's the only new next gen IP that Sony had this entire gen. It's interesting. I wonder if like there's a group of PlayStation fans that would have preferred like not getting any sequels, you know? Like just like Guerrilla, you're not making Horizon 2, you're making a new IP. Santa Monica, no God of War Ragnarok, new IP. I wonder, I do wonder, like Insomniac, no Spider-Man 2, new IP. Or unless you're talking about cross-gen. Maybe you're talking about cross-gen being like, I'll tell you what, if cross-gen is what's making people feel like there hasn't been a true next-gen game, oh man, the PS6 is going to be rough. Death Stranding 2 felt pretty next-gen, I'll be honest. Like, the graphics are fucking nuts. Draw distances are nuts. Yeah, it seems like people are either on one side or the other. You either really enjoyed this generation so far and like the games that we've gotten, or you're kind of on the other side and you're like, I didn't like this gen. That'd be really, really interesting to see what the PlayStation 6 generation ends up looking like. The lack of new IPs so far has been a little bit disappointing. Yeah, I would have expected that we would have gotten more at this point, and I suspect that the lack of new IPs is directly linked to the major live service push. I think that basically took up so much bandwidth, and I think, unfortunately, a lot of those live service games that we were supposed to get were, some of them anyway, were supposed to be new IPs as well. So yeah, I can agree with that. And even like looking at Saros, it's technically a new IP, but it's like it's kind of, but it's also kind of like Returnal 2, you know. There are too many goalpost movers with blinders on. These X clowns need to wake the hell up. Damn, bro. I would like more new IPs, but I can't complain about more Ghost and God of War. Yeah. Well, this is why I think, man, I know we're still like practically 2 years away from, well, maybe like a year and a half. Oh my God, that's crazy. We're like a year and probably like 9 months. So more than a half, but not quite 2 years. We're probably like a year, 9 months away from seeing like a PlayStation 6 Sony event. And God damn, am I so curious to see how that goes game wise. Like, I'm just saying, there's probably so much that Sony is, I don't know if saving is the right word, but it's possible where like they're kind of, they're in the preparation stages right now. Like they probably have a good idea of what games are going to be there for the PlayStation 6 already. These studios have to plan these things years in advance. And it's just I'm so curious to see like how different it is compared to, like the PS5 event. Well, yeah, Intergalactic is a new IP. I do think people are kind of overlooking Intergalactic a little bit. Launching into a pandemic and the push for games as a service made this an atypical gen so far. Hopefully it ends in a more traditional PlayStation way. Over or under 50%, we get a Wolverine remaster for PS6. I'm betting we get I'm 90% Wolverine. Wolverine director's cut. I don't, because I was gonna say like when they launch Venom for PS6, they'll have like a premium edition where you get Wolverine remastered with it, just like they did with Spider-Man remastered. But actually, the more I think about it, I'm like, you buy Venom, like Ultimate Edition or whatever, for PS6, you get Spider-Man 2 remastered with it. But they could Wolverine, they could probably do a director's cut or something. Maybe if they do DLC, like a big DLC, package it in. Sony ended their director's cut strategy a while ago. Yeah, actually, it seems they did. It seems they did. So in that case, yeah, probably a Wolverine remaster. What if Venom shows up in Wolverine? That'd be crazy, actually. Wolverine is a new IP. I mean, it's... I get what you're saying, Raven. Yeah, it kind of feels like one because it's like you're saying it's the first time under Sony and Insomniac, so it feels new. But I think a lot of people would argue that it's not a new IP. It's an already established IP. Yeah, I didn't think about that. The idea of Sony ending the director's cuts. They did end that a while ago, I think. They haven't done one in a long time. Uh, Hold on. Wait. Okay. Alrighty. Come back to the chat here. Game of the Year edition. Yeah, they could do something like that. Phil said, pay up. Bunch of freeloaders. My favorite comment of the day was that guy who left a comment saying, I liked it better when it was $1. I don't know why. That shit's just so funny to me. I liked it better when it was $1, bro. Generation's not over yet. We are comparing the entirety of the PS4 gen to the 2, 3, PS5 gen. Let the PS5 gen play out before counting score. True. Yeah, that's true. We still have time. We still have time. I mean, 2026 is looking real good, dude. You went back to DS1 after platinuming DS2, and it was nearly unplayable. I had to purchase the PS5 Director's Cut upgrade. I could understand that. Yeah, you were spoiled with Death Stranding 2. The Xbox website has crashed due to people trying to cancel their Game Pass subscription. Good. Let it die. I'm just kidding. Well, I mean, I wouldn't give a shit though if it did. But that's kind of crazy. You missed MBG's I told you so rant. You're saying look at GameStop. Guys, we've approached the 3 hour and 40 minute mark. Digital Dude, you want me to read what you typed? That's going to be 10 memberships, Digital Dude. I'm sorry, bro. I've reached that point. I'm just kidding. You're saying gamers, we want new IP. Sony, okay, here's Intergalactic. Gamers, woke. Gamers, we want sequels, not new IP. Okay, here's Yotei. Gamers, woke. Sony is tired of y'all. Yeah, I do, like I said, I do think people are, I don't know. People are fickle. I think that's what Sony knows. I think that's what everybody, to a degree, kind of knows. People are fickle. They'll ask for one thing, and then they'll get it and be like, I know I said I wanted this, but, nah. I don't want that shit. Get that garbage out of my face. GTA 6 will sell best on the PS5. I'm fairly sure it'll be pro enhanced. Whatever games come out next year, GTA will do the best for Sony. Oh, yeah. GTA is going to make Sony an unbelievable amount of money. Like, I don't think GTA 6 alone could ensure that Sony doesn't have to like increase prices, bro. It's going to make so much money for Sony. It's crazy. Like, they're probably trying to be conservative about it and modest and not bank on it. It's not smart for Sony to bank on a big third-party game that's not theirs. But the reality is, like, dude, if there's a GTA 6 bundle, holy shit. I can't even say it's over. It's just like Sony's going to be swimming in it, dude. They're going to be swimming in it. Dark Cloud, you're saying you canceled your Game Pass subscription successfully. Even got 2167 back. Damn. I really do wonder how many subscribers they're losing, actually. I mean, fuck. Like, their website's still down? Damn, Irfan, that's what was the GameStop thing? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what the GameStop thing was. Perfect Image, I don't think elaborated. Irvin says, hit the like button, guys. Yeah, we could get to 200 likes, by the way. 200 likes. You hit 200 likes. Digital Dude said he'll drop 10 memberships for you guys. There you go. The second trailer showed captured on PS5. They definitely have the rights. Oh, yeah, I think so too. I just wonder when it's going to be more obviously revealed, like kind of in your face. Did they raise it for PC gamers too or just console? I think they did. They got rid of Game Pass PC and they replaced it with Game Pass Essential and Game Pass Premium. And I think they're all more expensive. Yeah, I don't know, man. Digital Foundry just did a Wolverine video. Oh, maybe we could check that out tomorrow then. React to it. Shit's so confusing. Well, MBG 2026 alone for PS5 is about to make this gen better than the entirety of the PS4 gen. It's looking fucking bananas. Yeah, it's looking crazy, man. I mean, normally I would say I think you're exaggerating, but oh, GameStop's making fun of Game Pass on Twitter. Oh shit. Like GameStop's won the talk, bro. Let me see if I can find it. GameStop. Game Pass, $30 every month. Own nothing. GameStop, buy once, own forever. Math isn't that hard. And they post a picture of like the Xbox section of a GameStop. GameStop says, don't call it a comeback. 27. 2017, this Game Pass is pretty good. Xbox Game Pass, $15. I don't need you anymore, pal. It's a picture of somebody putting GameStop into a box. 2025, Game Pass, $30. Picture of the person taking the GameStop logo out of the box. Hello, old friend. That's crazy, dude. Microsoft's getting clowned by GameStop. You're waiting for the Domino's tweet next. You know it's pretty bad when you're getting cooked by GameStop. Yeah. Come to my new restaurant, Fickle Chicken. Miku fan, are you okay? You've been making like strange comments all day. Miku fan just comes in making the strangest comments. I think I read something on IGN saying that if you're grandfathered into PC Game Pass, it's like $16. Interesting. If you start saving your money today from canceling Game Pass, you can get a PS6 at launch with that money. That is true. That is true. Now it's time for the Mikey Barr tweet. Mikey Barr, no, like, it's so funny to me that people try to clown on Mikey Barr. Like, dude, he literally knows. Like, he was an Xbox executive. He worked for this company for many, many years. Like, he literally knows, and he's telling you. He's telling you. No more Game Pass deal, bro. Microsoft said, fuck your Game Pass deal. I'm going to go look around some more. Let's see. What else is going on? Holy shit. That's crazy, dude. So somebody quote tweeted Culture Crave. Culture Crave put out Xbox Game Pass Ultimate will now cost $30 a month, a 50% increase. This person named Zanny, who has 100, I don't know who this is, Zanny. Is this like a YouTuber? They have 100,000 followers, but they quote tweeted this with a picture saying you have successfully canceled your subscription. And he said, bye-bye, fuck you, and tagged Xbox Game Pass. And it's got 19,000 likes and almost 500,000 views, bro. That's crazy. So, like, everything we heard last year is true, man. Everything we heard was true. I remember, I think it was, I'm about to go back on my fucking Twitter, man. I don't know how, if I could go back that far. There's another post that got over 60,000 likes and it said FX box about the Game Pass thing. Yo, FX box. I'm going to search my own tweets. MBG Game Pass. How do I find? I don't know how to like effectively look up old tweets. Oh, I'm under. Typing like. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know how to fucking look. I just remember back in like I think it was I remember the month. It was February of last year. Search by keywords. I'm trying to remember what I would have said in the tweet. So it would have been I think it would have been Game Pass rumor. Yeah, I okay. I don't did I delete these tweets or something? I can't find it. I'm seeing like the most random shit come up that has nothing to do with what I'm typing in. Advanced search. Oh, they have an okay, they have an advanced search. This is interesting. I'm gonna try to use advanced search, see what comes up. The exact phrase. All right, let's see if this changes something. Okay, this worked a lot better. I never used advanced search before on Twitter. It's interesting seeing some of this stuff pop up. Still looking, still looking. I wonder if I deleted them. I don't know why I would have, because they're not fucking showing up. I must have deleted them. I've went on like crazy delete sprees on my Twitter because I was like gonna delete it multiple times. And I'm just like, I'm getting rid of it all. I'm done. Tear it all down. I can't find it. I'll look up one more thing. Hold on. Guys, what is the name of that Xbox? Yeah, it's Sneaker SO. Here we go. 3 months ago. See if it comes up here. So Leaker SO, or Sneakers SO, sorry, a leaker from an old forum with a good track record. The contingency, this was from July of this year, by the way, says the contingency plan for projects that are making it out the other end. This is to supplement the loss of manpower and experience by training management on all levels of proper applications of Copilot/Chat GPT, videos on how to prompt LLMs for assets, and new potential workflows are being produced as we speak. In layman's terms, the expectation for the surviving projects will come out on timetables, I can't read, now at lower budget levels and at the same quality levels that were established before the cuts. Also, this is not the last round of layoffs for Xbox Game Studios by a long shot. Somebody says, are you insinuating that the Xbox division is not profitable? A business nearly 25 years old within Microsoft and still operating at a nonprofit. They say, I have been told in clear terms that outside of a few quarters in the second half of the Xbox 360's life cycle, the only time Xbox has operated at something resembling profitability was after ABK's earnings were integrated into their reporting. It is not hyperbole to suggest that Xbox as a division likely would have become simply Microsoft Gaming as a brand and had all of their hardware positions folded over, with a handful of software studios remaining on the studio front had the ABK merger not gone through. Based on the conversations I've had, I think the future of Xbox overall is likely a combination of a handful of teams at the tier of Blizzard, Call of Duty, and Minecraft, with a slow bleed of every other team and studio slowly dying off as layoffs and budget cuts reduce everything as time marches forward. Somebody else says, been saying for ages that Xbox is dead, and I honestly have no idea why they're carrying on with the charade. Only a matter of time before Rare shut down, surely. Congrats, Microsoft. Sneaker SO said, he said, the reason why so much effort is being poured into maintaining the charade is because there's a 10 to 20 million user base of very diehard users who all have an absurdly high likelihood of maintaining their higher tiers of Game Pass subscriptions through this. They want to maintain that revenue stream for as long as possible while they, over time, restructure Xbox into a far leaner endeavor that focuses on a handful of mega projects. These cuts are going to go on for a much longer time period, and the sad part is, if the gaming community finally said enough is enough and just chose to divest, to be honest, it's hard to argue we're not already there given how the returns have been outside of Activision Blizzard. The last couple of years, Microsoft would just expedite the process and close off even more teams. To them, whether someone like 343, now known as Halo Studios, makes Halo versus just outsourcing it, is just semantical to them. Plus, Halo hasn't been Halo since Bungie bought their way out. Microsoft is never going to have the come to Jesus moment that media mouthpieces keep claiming is just around the corner for Team Xbox. Keep in mind, this was months ago. This was months ago that Sneaker SO was saying this shit. We basically have gotten Xbox layoffs every 3 to 6 months going back as far as 2023 now. I know folks love memory holing it, but how anyone on the sidelines or in the form of punditry can say with a straight face that Microsoft knows what it's doing while they've done nothing but close teams, cancel projects, and lay off personnel for over 2 years now is just mind-boggling to me. See, I like, you got one of the most prominent fucking leakers for Microsoft here, straight up telling you they don't know what they're doing. I told you. I'm Sneaker SO. I've just outed myself. Meanwhile, you're going to get the same defenders say that whatever OEM initiative Microsoft has planned is going to be executed well and will finally, quote, turn things around for Xbox. Folks need to just accept this slow death is all by design. The fact that folks have been saying for over a year that Xbox was nowhere near done with layoffs and get proven right, just as you can literally say it with confidence right now that we're going to be here talking about layoffs and closures and cancellations again in 3 to 6 months and again in 3 to 6 months after that, should tell you that all of this is going according to plan, just not the plan that they've shared with the public. I'm trying to find what he said about Gamepass. I know he said something about Gamepass. Um, by the way, Leaker SO, this was back in 2023, bro. Just to show you, like, this guy, I'm telling you, I think it's fucking Phil Spencer. Oh, hold on, I got an ad. This sneaker SO guy, back in 2023, he said, my understanding about Xbox's hardware going forward paints a very different picture from what folks imagine based on conversations I've had with people at Microsoft and inside of Xbox itself. Yes, a new machine is coming, but it's not going to be this hardware approach intended to take on Sony or Nintendo. It will be enthusiast focused, expensive, and the only selling point will be the Game Pass subscription itself, while software releases on all major platforms. That's the future of Xbox. This guy, Sneaker SO, said this in December of 2023, bro. It's Mike Ybarra. This guy, I don't know who this guy, this is a person that's like in meetings, like in boardroom meetings or something, dude. Because that's crazy. That's almost 2 years ago this person said this, and literally it's exactly that. It's Satya Nadella. How do you spell that, MBG? It's just, it's Sneakers SO. So just the word sneakers and then a capital S and O. That's insane. That's insane that was practically 2 years ago, and it's exactly that. That's exactly, he told us. Whoever this is told us 2 years ago. See what else I can find here. All right, come on. I'm really, dude, I don't know why I'm struggling to find what he said about. Maybe I put out a tweet about it. No, that didn't come up either. I can't find, dude. This was like I think it was at the beginning of the year. I found Sneakers SO. He was saying what Microsoft's plan was for Game Pass, dude. And he was saying like their plan is to just kind of wind it down over time. But there you go, man. Yeah, I don't think he's on Twitter. I think he's only been on NeoGaf. Well, it's all good. Sneaker SO. Hold on. Saying Sneaker SO has been leaking Xbox stuff since 2012, going back to NeoGaf before it turned into Reset Error. He's a legend. It has to be Phil Spencer, man. Or Mike Ybarra's alt account. Yeah. Well, that's interesting stuff, man. Bro's a Sony spy. It's super fascinating to me that literally everything this person has said, they were giving us the entire plan. Literally years in advance. But, hold on. Well, yeah. All right, guys. I just realized we're beyond the 4-hour mark at this point. So, I don't know. I'm thinking about wrapping it up here. What say you? I mean, I talked probably way too much about the Xbox stuff, but it's hard not to. It's big news, you know? Big news. 5 hours of Xbox bashing. No, don't leave us. Give me 5 more memberships, I'll give you 5 more minutes. Ow, what the hell? Get rid of this. Stop. So, like, you know, I guess I'll just say this final piece. I wonder if certain individuals who are quick to pull clips from years ago, last year, the year before, 2022, 2021 tweets. Well, maybe the tweets are more difficult because I can't even find my own fucking tweets. I wonder if the individuals who do that, I wonder if they're going to pull the clips now of like me basically saying like this is going to happen. And don't be surprised when it does. I wonder if they'll do that. Probably not. If I had to guess, probably not. See Xbox consoles trending. Your console is dead. Former Blizzard boss doesn't hold back against Xbox fans. Why is that so fucking funny, dude? I don't know why, but Mike Ybar's "Your console is dead" tweet is so funny. Ah, the bitter X, your console is dead. That's amazing. All right, guys. That's going to do it. There you go. October 1st, the day before Ghost of Yotei, and Microsoft announced a massive price increase for Game Pass, effectively killing it. The amount of tweets posted today is more than the amount of Xbox consoles sold, MBG. Probably. Yeah. All right, guys. That's going to wrap up today's stream. Thank you so much for joining me and watching. And I want to give a big thank you to everybody who dropped support. We hit 10 memberships today. We didn't hit the goal, but that's okay. I still appreciate those of you who dropped membership gifts. You know, everything counts, and everybody who dropped super chats or direct donations. I can only do what I do because you guys make it possible. So thank you so much for that. I do apologize for talking probably way too much about just the Xbox topic. I probably should have known to go into today just focused on that. But, you know, Ghost of Yotei is coming out tomorrow. I'm sure we'll have plenty to discuss. So, yeah, I got that sunshine glow. Dude, it's like right in my face. It's right in my face, bro. Holy shit. It's actually extremely annoying. I couldn't keep streaming even if I wanted to. So, guys, that does it. Oh, and also a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. Devil Shooter, thank you for what you do, man. If you guys see him in the comments, show him some love, give him some thanks. And yeah, that's it. So I did put out a video earlier. You can go check that out if you want. That wraps it up. All right, guys, hit that like button on your way out, and I will catch you in the next one. Till then, take care, everyone. And don't forget, Xbox sucks.